Welcome back to the live show. It is currently 5:59 p.m. And of course, today's date is the 10th of May 2025. How are you doing this beautiful evening? Everything is surging. Everything is surging up from Bitcoin to Doge to Ethereum. Everything is surging. Who knows what's going to happen next? Nobody. Okay. The market is surging. So, this is not a financial advice, but if you got some money, you better go on ahead and buy some coins or some stocks. Now, I don't know if you want to go buying some stocks, some coins, but stocks for sure. Stocks for sure. Because now Bitcoin is over $103,000. Ethereum is over what? 20 some hundred. So you might be a little too late, but it's never too late, ladies and gentlemen. It's never too late. With that being said, India and Pakistan, there's a new update. So the OG, the 45th, and now the 47th, Donald J. Trump. All right, so Donald Trump posted on Truth Social as well as X. He said, after a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I am pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. That is the update from the OG concerning the peace talk between India and Pakistan. I mean, it escalated really fast. It escalated really fast. I'm just glad that there's some peace in that region now. Hopefully, Russia and Ukraine can go on ahead and continue alongside with India and Pakistan, because peace is the only way this world can last. We need peace in this world. But with that being said, back to basics. Here we go.
Makes me nervous because this is the core DNA of the Republican Party, not to raise income taxes of any kind. That's number one. Number two, I can understand the political impulse, because if you do it, it takes off the table the Democratic attacks. Oh, you're just cutting taxes for
they
the wealthy.
They would throw parties for him, probably, because this is what they've wanted.
Number three, what I worry about tactically is that it will probably split the Republicans in the House and the Senate. You may have some that go with them and some that don't. And it's already a fraught enough process to get reconciliation done that this could be a wrinkle. The most important thing they can do is make permanent the president's tax cuts. If they don't do that, that'll be the largest tax increase in American history. That's project one. To me, if this endangers that, that makes me nervous for the president's overall agenda.
I think one of the reasons, though, that we're even talking about this is because somehow in the White House, they're realizing that the math isn't mathing, that they're going to have to figure out how to make all of these promises work. And it's going to cost a lot of money. And the tariffs are not sustainable to, quote unquote, pay for it, which is questionable whether they would in the first place.
Well, not only are the tariffs not sustainable, but the deals will not be done fast enough. So if you look at the three different ways that the Treasury Secretary has talked about raising money, right, he has said it would be a combination of Doge, things around efficiency, IRS, et cetera, tech, right? We've talked a lot about that. The trade deals, but the trade deals are going to take time, right? Most of those trade deals will not be done until the end of the year. And so now we have to ask ourselves is, where can we raise the funds? Now, this is only going to be about $68 billion over the next 10 years, so it's not going to be the fix.
You mean raising the taxes?
Raising the taxes on the rich from 37 up to 39.6, I think it is, if you're making $2.5 million
to 40,
more.
it sounds better.
It rounded off, yeah.
But I mean, this is why. Look, for so long, Republicans have said no raising taxes on anybody because nobody should be paying more taxes. Democrats, they historically have set that number at $400,000 or something around that number because there's a lot of support for that. 58% say that people making over $400,000 should have their taxes go up. So, Ben, are you ready? Are you ready to do it?
Number one, this is not going to happen. Two, I think this is probably some art of the deal and some trolling from Trump where he's like, all right, let's throw this on the table and watch what happens. But the third thing is, go back to the tariffs. They will absolutely be done by the end of the year. The big ones, the most important ones, they're going to be done by the end of the year and probably long before the end of the year. So this idea that like the math doesn't add up and we got a big problem here, it's a little rich. Hold on. It's a little rich. Wait.
We just don't know how much we're going to take in.
It's a little rich from people that have had no problem with a massive, $1 trillion deficit to say, oh, now we got to raise taxes 2% on the rich or we're going to run out of money.
Because trade deficits are not what the president says that they
They're
are.
And
I think you
soon,
know that.
No, but they're going to get done soon.
Here's
and
the
this
thing,
idea that all of a sudden this is going to
Let me follow. Hold on a second,
Anna.
Let me follow your logic just for a second here. The trade deals get done. Let's say that they get done. Presumptively, the goal of the trade deals is to lower the tariff rate. So that actually should reduce how much money is coming in to the Treasury coffers. So how does that help Trump, balance this budget?
I think there's two things. Number one, the Trump tax cuts is what he cares about the most. Two, he cares about getting a better deal for the U.S. and exports and new jobs.
Sure.
If you have more Americans that are hired because you have more manufacturing, because you have trade deals that are actually helping American workers, they pay taxes.
Before the end of the calendar year?
Taxes.
I think that's the part that people are skeptical
So if
about.
Americans make more money in manufacturing, and that's what the president said. We need better jobs. We need to stop exporting jobs. We need to have more manufacturing in the U.S. You're going to have a lot of taxes that are going to be paid. And if you have money that's actually coming in from tariffs, as we change some of these, which there is more money coming in now, I think there'll be more money than over last year when this is all said and done as well. You have a better plan for this country from the president. So I don't think this is some crazy idea. And again, the idea that somehow now there's a massive crisis over this and he's got to raise tax on the rich. I'm sorry.
Well, no. Here's the reason that he's considering raising taxes on the rich is that he wants to extend his tax cuts. Yes.
But
he also wants no taxes on
He
also wants no taxes on Social Security. He also wants no taxes on overtime.
Okay, let me say a couple.
He's made a lot of promises.
I'll see this tax increase on people making over $2.5 million. I will believe it when I see it because I think there is a reason why the wealthiest men in the world were all standing there at his swearing in, and there is a reason why all of these crypto grifters are giving him all of the money that they're giving him at these fundraisers. I really have an issue when and I've heard a lot of people talk about short-term pain and it'll be done by the end of the year. The thing is, there are a lot of people in America who make a lot less money than us sitting around this table who don't have until the end of the year to endure short-term pain, who can't pay for their groceries today.
And I understand
so
that point, but I would
those
say you go back to Americans that lost their
life-changing.
jobs. You go back to Americans that lost their jobs in manufacturing in towns that disappeared and tell them that their long-term pain of losing an entire industry and their family and something they built.
How do you tell them that when they can't pay for the doll for their kid? How do you tell them that when they can't pay for their groceries this week?
Hold on, Ben. Bakari.
Listen, or me and Scott, we'll just have our own little show. Listen, I think you're betting on some level of consistency, Ben. And I think you're betting on some level of actual policy. And what the president hasn't done is laid out any of that. When we're talking about tariffs, the first deal that was cut with the major country is who? The UK.
Yeah. We said who came first.
We have a
the best deal.
We have a $12 billion surplus with them. It does absolutely nothing to our bottom line. It doesn't help us pay for those things.
That's totally not true.
Yeah,
that is completely a lie. That's just wrong. That's totally wrong. We couldn't get our beef into the UK.
There's a couple of reasons why that's wrong. You're right about the $12 billion surplus, right? If you look at them, and they're the sixth largest economy in the world, right? They are not one of our top three trading partners. I get it. We're all focused on Canada, Mexico, and China, although I do think we'll have a deal with India and Japan very soon.
Yes.
Number one, I think it's critically important they got this deal done before they meet with China this weekend.
Set a precedent.
Set a precedent, number one. Number two, if you look at autos, steel, aluminum, that was a big part of this deal. And so if you look at what the automakers did is they suspended guidance a week ago because they couldn't forward forecast their performance.
The consistency, they had none of it.
A key piece of this was the autos, the aluminum, and the steel, and the other part was agriculture. That is a big part of the president's agenda. The heartland. How do we protect the cattle ranchers, the dairy farmers, et cetera?
It was unfair.
And the whole issue with this idea of taxing the wealthy is that he needs to get back to the idea of the levies on tips, the idea of removing taxes on Social Security. He's got to get back and figure out the small business owner. What are we doing to help the mainland?
She's right. She's right. However, deals are coming up. Deals are coming up already.
There's one thing Republicans have been consistent on for decades. It's their strong opposition to tax hikes on anyone at any time. But now the president is signaling he may be ready to change that. We are told that the president, in a phone call with the House Speaker on Wednesday, raised the idea of letting the tax cuts on the wealthiest Americans expire. That would help pay for some of the spending cuts that they want to get to and other tax cuts as well. So that is a big question now, whether or not they will really consider this in the United States Congress run by Republicans. Traditional Republicans, they don't want to do that. Listen to the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune.
We don't want to raise taxes on anybody. I mean, we're about lowering taxes on Americans. The president's emphasis, a particular emphasis on working Americans, is one that most people appreciate.
The panel is back. Phil?
It is a very difficult moment for Republican leadership right now, not just because of this issue, but because reconciliation bills are really hard. Finding pay-fors for reconciliation bills is really hard, particularly when the president's priorities, which are red lines for this White House, and tax on tips being kind of the critical one we think about the campaign, there's several of them, are quite expensive. This is reality-based in the sense of they need revenue. This would be something that would raise revenue. This is politically, I think, something that tracks because there is a kind of populist right-wing element, not just in the White House, but also pushing on the White House to pursue policies like this. The difficulty is I don't see how you could find Republicans in the House or Senate that would go this direction. What makes it far more difficult is the fact that when the president posted about it this morning, he was like, well, I mean, I don't hate it. I don't love it. Maybe we'll do it. I don't really know, which is the last thing that Senator John Thune or Speaker Mike Johnson need in this moment. Like, they need him to say yes or no, and then go forward from there.
Although it's a trial balloon. I mean, this is...
But he's already floated it twice. And then killed it himself. And then had his advisors kill it. And then House Republicans killed it. And now it's back. And now he's wishy-washy on it. And that's where it gets complicated.
I understand. That's a really good point. And you mentioned, Phil, the idea that this is also coming from the newer wing of the Republican Party, which is the more populist part, particularly part of the MAGA base. And that is led by Steve Bannon. Listen to what he said on this idea.
You extend the tax cuts for the working class and middle class. You give them the additional tax cuts. And millionaires, I think President Trump's concept is the millionaire people making $1 million and above, so it's not the whole upper bracket. They increased to 40%. But I think the carried interest has got to go away. This whole phony thing about putting your stock in these foundations tax-free has to go away. I actually think there should be taxes on financial transactions. I think there's all types of populist economic policies.
And I guess this is what I'd say, based off of what Phil was saying and Bannon and everything else. It's May 9th. The Republicans have been projecting that they would get this bill done by the end of May. I don't think that is likely at the moment. This is complicated in all sorts of ways. They don't have a big margin. It's a couple of votes in the House that they can lose. House members are saying they can't trust the Senate. Senate members are saying they can't.
So it's a day that ends in Y.
Yeah.
Also, how are they going to reach the cuts that they want to reach? Which is they can't do it unless they start cutting things like Medicaid, which is a whole other
That's what I mean, I don't know how much revenue this would get, but that's part of what they're trying to grapple with, is to get more money.
But Steve Bannon himself has also said he's pushing Trump obviously on raising taxes for the wealthy, but he's also saying you better not cut Medicaid because that impacts our voters as well.
Yeah, and as we go to break, I just want to put a reminder up. Grover Norquist, who has been getting Republicans to pledge no tax increases for years, he got 191 House members and 44 senators to make that pledge. So they would literally have to go against that pledge to go with this idea.
President Trump raised the idea of higher taxes for the wealthy during a phone call with House Speaker Mike Johnson earlier this week. In a new social media post this morning, the president suggested that he's open to the idea, but acknowledged the political risk that it would pose to Republican lawmakers. I'm told President Trump wants a top income bracket for people making more than $2.5 million per year for taxes, and that he also wants to tax income above that level at 39.6%. So let's discuss this now with Republican Congressman Carlos Jimenez of Florida.
Whoa.
Thanks for coming back on the show, Congressman. Always nice to have you. So, bottom line, is putting more taxes on the wealthy something that you and other Republicans can get on board with?
I know it's been discussed, and I've been in the room when it has been discussed, and then there's pros and cons with it. I'm not entirely on board yet, but it needs to be discussed, and then we need to find out if what are the positives of it, what are the negatives. Look, we've got some other tax breaks for a heck of a lot of other people, like we're discussing the President Trump's idea of not taxing tips, Social Security, overtime, et cetera. All that costs money, and so there are folks in my caucus in my conference that say, okay, what's the pay for that? Mm-hmm. And one of the ones that we've been discussing, one of the issues we've been discussing is, okay, on those very, very rich, can we increase and up the bracket on them? And so it's up for discussion, and now we hear that the president is open to it, so I think it'll be on the table, and then we'll discuss it.
And so you said right now as it stands, you're not entirely open to it. Why is that?
No, I didn't say I wasn't open to it. I said
sorry,
I was open to it. Okay,
you were okay.
I'm not there yet.
I thought you said wasn't. Okay.
No, I'm just not there. I'm not there yet, but I am open to the discussion. Yeah, and let's see what are the positives, what are the negatives, and the offsets to it. Look, the one thing that we can't do is that we must pass the big beautiful bill, because if we don't, we're going to have the largest tax increase in American history. So that's what we're focused on. And now there are other issues of what the president wants, and then how do we get to that point where everybody can feel comfortable in voting for this reconciliation package. And so that's where we're trying to get to right now. It's the edges that we're trying to resolve with some of my colleagues that are on the blue states, and then some of my colleagues that are in the House Freedom Caucus. And so we've got to find the middle ground there. This is an issue that may help us find that middle ground. I didn't say I said I wasn't there yet, but I said I'm open to discussion.
So what do you think, what else do you need to know about it? What do you think could get you there? And just if you would, bring us into that room with other Republicans discussing this issue. I mean, is it your sense that that Republicans could end up doing this, or did it seem like a contentious issue? Just bring us there.
Look, we're talking about really rich people, okay? I mean, with a lot of money, okay? And so how much does that, if we increase that rate on them, how much would it really hurt? How much would it hurt investment? How much would it hurt job creation? And those are the things that I'm trying to, get my head around, because even though they do make a lot of money, they're also the ones that create a lot of jobs. And so in the end, how does that help or hurt America? How much revenue does it actually bring in? So all of those things, and so those things have to be discussed. And what do we discuss in the room? We discuss everything. And there's a whole bunch of ideas that are brought on the table. Gee, I'd like to do this. Gee, I'd like to do that. And we all come from different districts, and we represent different folks and different, we different districts with different ideas and different needs. And so, getting this all together is a very interesting exercise.
Sure.
But at the end, we will get it done, because failure is not an option.
So just to follow up, I mean, what would you say to constituents who might be watching this debate play out and say, well, why not put taxes, more taxes on the really rich, why are Republicans looking to squeeze Medicaid or looking to make changes there for lower income Americans as a means to extend the tax cut that research shows really benefit the wealthy? What do you say to constituents who might view this that way?
Well, I'll say to them that we're not going to be touching Medicaid benefits. What we're going to be doing is, and what we have discussed is, those recipients that are actually capable of work, they need to go to work. Illegal immigrants that are on the system, they probably shouldn't be on the system. And then finally, we also know that there are close to 2 million recipients right now that have registered in 2 states. They're double dipping. It's okay to keep 1 state, but you can't keep 2. So those are the kind of things that we're looking at. We're not really looking at reducing the benefits to those that are eligible and should be eligible to receive Medicaid. And so what do I say to my constituents right now? It's exactly what I'm saying right now. I'm not closing the door on it. We just have to see what are the pros and cons, and then at the end, we'll line up. And so it's interesting that the president said he's open to the idea also, and he's discussed it apparently with the speaker. I'm not sure that that's completely accurate, but I'm going to take your word for it.
Well,
but then he also put the caveat,
why do you say you're not sure if it's accurate?
Well,
I spoke to someone this morning who did confirm it, and it had been previously reported in the New York Times. And the president himself did put out a Truth Social post saying, hey, I'm okay with it, but it might not be a politically good idea for Republicans.
I'm not saying that he didn't do that. I'm just saying that did he have that discussion with the speaker? I haven't heard of that myself, okay? And so I've got to make sure that that's true, okay? And so that's, we're open to it. I know we've discussed it in the room. There's been discussions in rooms I've been in and talked about the idea. And so, again, we're going to have to look at it and see how it comes out at the end. But at the end, we will pass the bill, and reconciliation will pass, because failure is not an option.
Facts. Failure is not an option.
I do think it's important. This is on folks that make over $2.5 million a year. You're not talking about people who are making $200,000 a year, $400,000 a year.
Thumbs up.
This is
good.
$2.5 million per year that he's looking to increase taxes on. I think it's going to be a very difficult hurdle to get something like that through Congress. But I also think it's a message that Grover Norquist isn't controlling this administration, right? The no tax pledge is something that Donald Trump isn't open to anymore. So I think it opens the door to a big discussion for working class Americans.
Are you good? $2.5 million, $5 million, maybe $5 million for couples.
Yeah, I mean,
fine to increase taxes.
I'm anti-tax all the time. Get rid of all the taxes. So personally, no, I don't agree with taxes, but I don't think that's what the president's saying. I think this is a negotiating tactic. But I also think the populism he found, came from, you had years of the establishment of both sides neglecting the middle and lower classes in the country. And Trump was able to tap into people who felt neglected. I mean, 50 years ago, people would put in their, obituaries where they worked because they cared about their company. They felt like they were making money. And that does not happen anymore. They're forgotten. And both parties, frankly, Bernie does a rally, but he didn't win your primary. You fixed it for Hillary Clinton to win. So with Congress,
no, his own party.
With both, they're going to be blue. Well,
I mean,
no,
Democrats,
you don't really have any blue dog
to
Democrats
be honest,
left.
I mean, we got some Democrats here. I think y'all would take that, right?
Yeah, it's a win. It's a win. It's our policy. It's a win. Thank you.
The
president understands that the politics are on our side on this issue. I think he wants to have his cake and eat it too, quite frankly. He wants to say he's for this while knowing that it's not going to happen because the Republicans on the Hill are not going to go for it. I don't think Grover's lost that much influence amongst them. And, look, this is a policy. We do need a tax code here that does tax the extreme wealthy in this country. How are we just going to keep on running red, deep deficits again and again and again? Or are we going to try to balance this budget?
So which prince or princess in the Democrat Party is going to stand up and say, I'm with President Trump?
Yes.
I'm coming together.
That is a very good question.
Look, I think this is like a fascinating thing, right? Because every Republican senator already voted against his policy. In the budget, in the first budget reconciliation, Democrats put up amendments saying, we like every tax cut except for tax cuts for people over $1 million. And every Republican voted no. They raised it up to $5 million. Every Republican voted no. They raised it to $1 billion. Just no tax cuts for people over $1 billion. Every Republican voted no. So the problem for him is his party. But I will say, I'm standing here happily saying, I think Donald Trump is absolutely right that we should tax wealthy Americans more and not cut Medicaid. I mean, that's the decision. Right now, Republicans in Congress are trying to take away people's health care, children's health care. There's data that children will be the largest number of people who lose health care from their plans. Take away health care from children in order to pay for a tax cut for billionaires.
Okay, I want to play this just because, Lord knows, we may have forgotten this. Do you remember Joe the Plumber? Okay, well, let's play what Joe the Plumber said about this way back in the day of 2008.
His answer actually scared me even more.
How so?
He said he wants to distribute wealth, and I mean, I'm not trying to make statements here, but I mean that's kind of a socialist viewpoint. I worked for that. It's my discretion who I want to give my money to. It's not the government's to decide that I make a little too much, and so I need to share it with other people. That's not the American dream.
I mean, the word redistribute, well, like I cannot believe that Trump used that word. Does he not understand how politically charged that is for Republicans?
Well, here's the thing, what everyone gets wrong about Trump. I mean, he's not held to those same political standards, right? So no one is here, no one is.
Shout out to Luke. Thank you for the super chat. Anybody will give super chat gets a shout out for sure. But Luke is very special. He is a member of the channel. Our membership is $4.99. You could get a star at the end of your name, like Luke, and some other perks. But shout out to Luke. Thank you for the super chat. God bless you. Let's go.
Ohio or anywhere tonight is saying, oh my gosh, you used that word. Now, I do think that Democrats are going to be, having a message conflict here, because you can't say that congressional Republicans do whatever Donald Trump says and then here sit at the same table and say they are disagreeing with him. It's healthy. We should disagree on policy to get to a better ending. It happens all the time. It happened with President Bush. It happened with President Reagan. It happened literally. It is healthy to represent your district and your state. And so to say that Republicans just do whatever Donald Trump says and now say they disagree.
I'm happy to argue. I'm really happy to argue. They do everything Donald Trump wants, except when it comes to the billionaires. Easy message for me. It's totally easy.
Somebody like Josh Hawley, right? Senator Hawley has said, "Look, I would be for some measure of tax increases if you increase the child tax credit, right?"
Yeah,
right.
It's really interesting because I mean, what Hawley is proposing is what you described, but he's saying let's also protect the social safety net. Let's also cut taxes for people who are making less money. And where are the Democrats actually saying, hey, let's put our money where our mouth is and let's call the bluff of Republicans? I feel like I haven't heard anything from Democrats.
That's because, quite frankly, it's just hot air. I mean, that's the thing that we're looking at right now from
really
the president.
Think he's legitimate about that?
No, I don't think he didn't put in his proposal in his skinny budget. He's not
I'm talking
advocating.
About Hawley, sorry.
Well, yes, Josh Hawley. He doesn't have any real authority on the Hill on these issues. He's not on the committees that write the tax code. So he is pushing forward some ideas, but he's on an island right now himself. But I think with what Nira is saying, look, Democrats are more than happy to have a tax code that actually does tax people in the upper income brackets that need to be taxed in a manner that helps to balance our budget and pay for needy programs like Medicaid, ensure we have Medicare, foreign aid, for example. All of these cuts that DOJ allegedly made are in order to pay for a tax cut. That's craziness. So Hawley, he gets it, but I don't think there's anything really in black and white.
The only Democrat I've heard raise her hand and say, yes, I'm all for Donald Trump is the Democrat sitting next to me, right?
Only on this issue. Only on this issue.
So now the Democrats are now supporting Trump. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
House's top trade officials are meeting with their Chinese counterparts in Switzerland tomorrow, and the two sides have been mired in a trade war. They're seeking a path to de-escalate.
Do you guys think that China is going to make a deal with the United States tomorrow in Geneva? You think so? I think so.
Those tensions. Today, President Trump offered something of an olive branch by sharing that he supports a much lower tariff, a still relatively high 80% on Chinese goods. Still, that's nearly half the 145% that he first put into place. CNN's Kristen Holmes is live for us at the White House. So, Kristen, what are officials saying on the eve of these important conversations?
Yeah, Boris, and just to note there, 80%, even though that is lower than 145%, that's still astronomical. And when you talk to economists, they say anything above 50% is likely to freeze the market. So whether or not this would actually work, but anyway, we'll go back to what Donald Trump and his officials are saying right now. They're talking about what this meeting is going to look like. I have talked to a number of administration officials who say that they should be tempering down expectations, that they don't want it to be the idea that they're going to come out of this with some kind of major trade deal. In fact, Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent actually said that he thought this was more about de-escalation, getting everyone to the table, than actually making a deal. Now, when Carolyn Levitt was asked about what Donald Trump posted online about those 80% tariffs, here's what she said.
The president still remains with his position that he is not going to unilaterally bring down tariffs on China. We need to see concessions from them as well. And again, that's part of the reason that Secretary Bessent is going to talk to his Chinese counterparts this weekend to start those discussions in person. As for the 80% number, that was a number the president threw out there, and we'll see what happens this weekend.
So one thing I want to point out is when he threw this number out there, at the end of it, he said 80% tariff on China seems right up to Scott B. Well, they are hanging quite a bit on Bessent, because we heard Carolyn Levitt talking about how Trump had confidence in Bessent, how he knew that Bessent was going to do a good job. There's obviously going to be some kind of disappointment if we don't see some kind of working towards a deal after this meeting. So a lot of pressure there on Bessent as we've seen this escalation that really, at this point, has come to a standstill.
Kristen Holmes, live for us at the White House. Thank you so much, Kristen. Let's bring in CNN's Matt Egan now. So, Matt, talk to us about the current impacts that these tariffs are having on trade between China and the United States.
Yeah, Boris, look, there is so much riding on these meetings in Geneva, because you still have a situation where the world's two biggest economies are in a full-blown trade war. These are sky-high tariffs, and the clock is ticking, right? The longer this goes on, the more damage to the economy, and yeah, the more damage to world trade. We just learned today from China that their exports into the United States plunged by 21% in April, and we've seen that shipments from China into the port of Los Angeles have plunged. Analysts warn that we could be days or weeks away from a COVID-style supply chain meltdown that potentially causes shortages. Of course, this meltdown would be largely self-inflicted. And so that is why, obviously, any sort of de-escalation that comes out of this meeting would be welcome. 145% tariffs on China, that's just not sustainable. I would just note, though, that 80% tariffs, I mean, that is not exactly low. That is still very high, higher than pretty much anyone had been anticipating coming into this year. And even if shortages are avoided here, there's growing concern about sticker shock. Goldman Sachs has this new warning out where they say that a key inflation metric in the United States could hit nearly 4% by Christmas, and they're anticipating even bigger price increases for a number of categories, including clothes, footwear, used cars, appliances, and computers. Boris, they're warning that essentially this trade war could end up undoing a lot of the progress in the war on inflation.
Yeah, notable that you mentioned Christmas there, because even as President Trump talks about potentially lowering tariffs on China, he's also brought up raising tariffs on major toy makers, one in specific, right?
Yeah, that's right. We're talking about Mattel. That's the company behind toys including Barbie, Fisher-Price, and those Hot Wheel monster trucks that my kids love. Now, Mattel warned recently that because of tariffs, they're going to have to increase U.S. prices. And the CEO of Mattel also said that he doubts that even with these tariffs, we're going to have a situation where toy manufacturing comes back to the United States. Now, the president had a chance to respond to that in the Oval Office yesterday. Take a listen to what he said.
Let him go, and we'll put a 100% tariff on his toys, and he won't sell one toy in the United States, and that's their biggest market. I heard that. I mean, I watched this guy talking about how I'm going to go counter. I said, well, I wouldn't want to have him as an executive too long.
So there you heard the president going directly after Mattel and its CEO. I would just note, though, that 100% tariffs, that would obviously dramatically increase the price that Americans are paying when they're trying to buy Barbies or Hot Wheels or other toys, if they could even get it. But it is notable to hear the president just a few days after Mattel came out with this price hike announcement, going right back after the company. Boris?
Yeah, interesting. Matt Egan, thanks so much for the reporting. Brianna?
The impact from this trade war has been significant, especially at the busiest port in the U.S., which is the Port of Los Angeles. Gene Soroka is with us now. He's the executive director at the Port of Los Angeles. Gene, great to have you back here. We had heard on Wednesday night from the Port of Seattle commissioner that they had no container ships in port. That was the first time they'd seen that since the height of the pandemic. Last time you and I spoke here recently, you were expecting a 35% drop in port traffic this week. What are you seeing?
Good afternoon, Brianna. Yes, we saw that drop this week. And when we close the books tomorrow night, we'll be down about 31% in volume compared to the same time last year. We've welcomed 16 ships into the Port of Los Angeles this week. 4 vessels were canceled. In the end, we've got another 13 vessels that have been canceled for the balance of May, making up a little more than 20% overall of what we expected. So we have now seen the impact right here on the docks.
So you're seeing a real diminished volume coming in there. This morning, the president said the tariffs on China could be 80%, that they could go down. Now, I will say there are questions as to whether that is an overture rather than an actual number that he wants to see as an end goal. The White House is saying this isn't a unilateral thing. This would be part of, obviously, some talks that they're having. But when you look at that number, it's still really big, 80%. Would that help, or is that just still too big to really make a difference?
I think it's too big to make any difference. And I haven't heard from any merchandisers or procurement folks that said a number like that would get them to start up buying again from China.
Oh, that's a really important thing to note. At what point do longshoremen, dock workers, mechanics, truck drivers start seeing layoffs in your experience?
Yeah, we're starting to see that right now. There are 33 work groups out on the docks today. We call them labor gangs. 33. And there's about 25 members to each one of those labor gangs. In the past several recent Friday numbers, we've been between 40 and 50 labor gangs out on the docks. With 8 ships in port today, we're starting to see the dock workers go back to the hiring hall.
Okay, so explain what that means. Are they sort of furloughed? Are their hours reduced? How does it work? How does that affect their take-home pay?
It gets cut. And what you'll see are the folks go back to the hiring hall looking for other jobs of similar timing and interest. My hope, and I've talked to the Employers Association about this, is to get these dock workers who are not moving cargo back onto the terminals so they can do preventative maintenance or upkeep on the equipment, get the yards in good shape for whenever that cargo comes back. It's rarely an occasion with a dip in volume that you can go out and do all that maintenance work. So that's what we'd like to see happen right now.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt that's needed, and it's tough to find time to do that when things are buzzing. When do shoppers, right? When do consumers go into the store, start feeling the effects of what you are seeing in port?
I think it's going to be pretty quick, Brianna. This week were the first arrivals by container ship where the tariffs from China were applied at these very high 145% levels, making a product from China now 2.5 times more expensive than it was just last month. Those costs increases are going to be passed on to us as consumers. And if you're importing parts and components for American factories, they will see those costs pass on as well.
Gene, if you could speak directly to the president, what would you say to him?
There are real impacts on the ground. Now, with these policies and the change in direction, we may see more American manufacturing. I'd like to focus on more American exports, whether it's agriculture, where we only consume as American citizens about 1/3 of what the American farmer grows. And let's try to open up our markets overseas to American manufacturers. LA County is the largest employee base of manufacturing jobs in the country at 390,000 folks. Yet they export only 1% of the goods they make. Let's focus on these two areas to begin and see what we can do to open up markets overseas as part of these negotiations.
Gene Soroka, great to speak with you and see what you're seeing there.
Can you guys imagine if trade deals between the United States and China is favorable for the United States? Imagine American product in China used by Chinese people. Like most of the product America makes, China doesn't accept them. So that's not fair. Come on. You're not even playing fair. You want to send your stuff over here? Americans obviously are going to consume your stuff because America is the largest consumer on earth. However, China is the largest manufacturer on earth. But that doesn't mean that they should not be able to take product made in the United States. You would not even allow President Xi in China would not even allow American product in China. What sort of trade deal is that? Yeah, that's not fair at all. Here we go. The Pope. Here goes the Pope from Chicago. The Pope is from Chicago, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
Pope Leo XIV. Before Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost became Pope, a social media account posting under his name shared critical views of the Vice President J.D. Vance. In February, the account shared this article criticizing his interpretation of the Christian doctrine, calling it, quote, wrong. Last month, the account posted a tweet claiming that Trump and El Salvador's president laughing about the deportation of migrants there, seeming to criticize that. And in 2020, the account reposted a bishop who said he was praying for George Floyd and his family. Far-right activist and a huge Trump ally, Laura Loomer, took issue with that. She responded today with this quote in all caps, Marxist Pope. I'll note, CNN has not independently confirmed that that X account is connected to Prevost, who was elected the 267th Pope today. Joining me tonight is the Democratic Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia. And Senator, just first, as an American and as a Catholic, what does it mean to you to see the first American Pope elected? Were you surprised?
Caitlin, I was surprised. I was surprised at his story, and it was emotional. When you are as a Catholic and you hear that there's white smoke, you're on the edge of your seat. But this particular Pope, Pope Leo XIV, his background, born in Chicago, went to Villanova University, joined the Augustinian order. Much of his priestly life and service has been in Peru. I was a missionary with Jesuits in Honduras back in the early 80s, so somebody who went and worked in Latin America as a priest reminds me of so many of the missionaries I worked with. And then his work with Pope Francis to select bishops and cardinals was a powerful thing, and I think that may be one of the reasons he was chosen. He had gotten to know the cardinals well. And then the other thing for Catholics is choosing the name Pope Leo. Pope Leo XIII was a very, very, well-regarded pope in the latter half of the 1800s who spoke very passionately about the rights of working people, everyday people. And so to have this first American choose Pope Leo as his name sends a very strong message about the Pope he would like to be. And I also think it's a message of continuity with the path that Pope Francis was treading. I look forward to my continuing journey as a Catholic under the leadership of Pope Leo XIV.
Yeah, and given that Villanova background, maybe the first Pope to have filled out a March Madness bracket. We'll see what he says about that. But on the front of both of your shared experiences being missionaries, I wonder what that says to you about how he will handle this role.
I think he's a guy who early in his life to be a priest got out of his comfort zone and went to a place where, he might not have known many and might not have known the language, but he made it not just a temporary home, but years and years and years. I think in at least 3 different chapters in his life, he was in Peru. That makes him a citizen of the world. That makes him somebody who understands deeply why people migrate. It makes him understands the needs of of poor people, and how the poor often find such deep solace and resilience in their faith. That was the eye-opening experience for me, a kid from suburban Kansas City, when I went to work in Honduras in 1980 and 81, is being put into a different environment and seeing how people relied so deeply on their faith to get them through the adversities of life. He will have experienced that, and that'll give him a deep well of compassion, in my view.
I mentioned that Twitter account that is linked to him that shows he has some pretty strong views on positions that have been taken by the Vice President, J.D. Vance, and just the administration overall. One with that article that said J.D. Vance is wrong. Jesus doesn't ask for us to love for others. Since he was elected, I should note the president and vice president have both sent him well wishes today. But I wonder if you hope the new pope shares that view, that opinion with the administration now that he is the pope?
Well, look, the Pope is beyond politics. I mean, not that there's no politics in the job, but I'm sure the Pope has got things in his Twitter account that I might not like, and he might have things that J.D. Vance doesn't like. Catholic means, as you know, universal. It's a universal church, people all over the world. The one thing I really love about the church is when I go to Mass on Sunday, there's not many places in our life these days where you can drive through the parking lot and there are bumper stickers of all political persuasions. We often self-select, but not as Catholics. And so, look, it's an enormous burden that is on his shoulders. I think his life has prepared him for it. He'll probably say things that all of us might tussle with him on, but if he's making us think about our faith, if he's making us think about our responsibilities toward one another and toward God, I mean, what more could you ask for a pope?
President Trump congratulating newly elected Pope Leo XIV.
What greater honor could there be? And we were a little bit surprised, very happy. It was just a great, absolutely great honor.
The new pope's predecessor, Pope Francis, of course, was a vocal critic of President Trump, especially on the topic of immigration. So will that be the case for Pope Leo II, for whom this has been a major issue? David Culver, who was in the crowd when the Pope was announced, has covered immigration issues extensively. And David, this is going to be a crucial issue to watch. It is an issue that it appears to be very near and dear to Pope Leo and what he cares about the most.
Well, remember the two languages we heard from him up there were Italian and then Spanish, and mentioning Peru in particular. One thing that stood out to me in that moment also was there was a young woman who was nearby, and she seemed disappointed amidst all the excitement and joy, and she said, oh, an American, oh, but he's focused on Latin America. And another woman came by and goes, yes, a Latino. So there is that sense that this is perhaps an American pope, but you're also talking about a pope of the Americas.
Americas,
exactly.
Yes.
And that's resonating from the folks that we're connecting with down there. But also down there were some of those who were thinking about the next generation of those who are going to be pastoral leaders within the church.
The smoke signaled, and the crowd responded.
Oh my gosh.
Thousands flocking into St. Peter's Square, waiting, watching. Then, the moment. An American representing both the United States and Latin America, stepping onto the balcony as Pope. This is all you could see from here, but it didn't matter. You were here. You were living it.
You can still see the smoke.
Yes, it's white smoke finally.
Hours earlier, before the smoke, before the crowd, before the cheers, we were across town at the Pontifical North American College.
So Santa Marta is right over there.
Oh, wow. From a quiet rooftop with a clear view of the Vatican, Father Anthony Legato and his seminarians were preparing to witness history, not knowing at the time how close to home it would hit.
Now, which one of them is going to be anointed by the Holy Spirit to be the next Holy Father? That the Spirit knows. That's already been decided.
But they would have to wait for the reveal. Fortunately, patience is something 30-year seminarian Reed Robinson understands well. He's waited a long time to wear this collar.
I've never had a moment when I didn't want to be a priest. So before I can remember, I always wanted to be a priest. I remember when I was a little kid, I couldn't wait for First Communion so that I could start altar serving. There's pictures of me when I'm 7 years old, like this high, wearing the white, walking down the aisle, helping the priest out.
Now living in Rome, far from his home in Tennessee, Reed knew exactly where he needed to be when the time came.
Actually, there was a note sent out to our university that should there be white smoke while you're in class, everyone is free to go, including the professors. It won't be counted against you. And actually, you should go as fast as you can down to the square.
And that's what they did, pouring into St. Peter's Square, boosted on shoulders, climbing over barricades, all for a better view. But it wasn't about what you could see so much as what you could feel, the weight of the moment, the unity around you.
Wow, yeah, American.
Only after the crowds began to clear did we spot a familiar face, Reed, all smiles, still stunned.
It's such a blessing to be. I mean, standing here in the square, I'm looking at St. Peter's. You know, my walk home is 5 minutes. I can't thank the Lord enough. I mean, it's such a gift to be able to be here, be with y'all, be with 40,000 of my closest friends.
Now to say there's an American Pope.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, Reed, how do you process it?
Just, I mean, smile and pray. Smile and pray. I mean, it's exciting. We're sent here to Rome. The American College was originally sent here and founded so that men could come and grow in love for the Holy Father. And now it's, after doing that for 3 years and coming to love Pope Francis, being able to mourn his loss, and then now welcoming an American Pope, it's incredible.
Take me back to the Reed Robinson as a 7-year-old altar server. Did you imagine this moment ever?
Never. No, I could not have imagined it. I mean, goodness, yeah, it's the biggest surprise. Yeah, being here for this moment especially.
He did skip class, though, Aaron, and that was a baptismal class where they had baby dolls that they were supposed to practice doing a baptism. But he says they'll make up for that later on, and he's also excited about recruitment going down. He said this is going to be incredible,
which has been such an issue in the U.S. Catholic Church. That's incredible. What an endearing young man.
Fun to be with him.
Yes, yes.
You know him. I don't want to say well until you tell me how well you know him. But let me ask you this. I mean, everybody's now going to be trying to figure out what he believes and where to put him in these ideological categories. And some people on the far right seem to think that he is in the Pope Francis mold, meaning something that they don't like. Do you think that that's true?
I think he's in the Pope Francis mold in that
not
he
this
supports
person.
many of the social
Lord.
issues that Pope Francis did, especially immigration and climate change, and certainly care of the poor. I mean, this man chose to be a missionary, to go to Peru, to give his life in service. And so he went to the peripheries as far as he was concerned. And in that way, he's very much like Pope Francis. But the way he even came out on the balcony, remember Pope Francis came out just in the white soutane. He came out like Pope Benedict came out, with the mozzetta, the red stole, and the choir stole.
Was he wearing red loafers?
We don't know. I didn't see the loafers. But I mean, I just think that he's really, what he said is, I'm a bridge builder. I want to continue in that tradition. He said, God loves everyone. I come to bring peace. Peace be with you. So he's very much in the mold of Pope Francis, but I wouldn't say you're going to see him like on flights coming home with impromptu press conferences saying stuff that's going to be quoted immediately the next day.
Yeah.
He took an hour almost to write that text. He was deliberate in what he said, what he wanted to say. And so he's a very thoughtful man.
But some of these social media posts that are on this account that has his name, essentially, they very specifically, I mean, the last time actually you were on the show, Father Beck, we were talking about this, J.D. Vance's vision of what the Catholic Church ought to be about. And it criticized that in the same way that Pope Francis did. And I think a lot of MAGA people see that as something of a betrayal. I just want to play, this is Jack Posobiec. He's actually at the Vatican right now covering this for some right-wing outlets. He's a very loud voice in conservative spheres. He's traveled with the defense secretary and other folks around President Trump. And here's what he had to say.
I'm not going to mince words. This is not the election that conservatives wanted. God save the church. Will this Pope continue to antagonize President Trump and J.D. Vance? The choice of an American Pope, it is clearly a reaction to President Trump. And I honestly can't see this read in almost any other light.
A reaction to Trump?
Well, a couple things. Number one, I agree with the president. I think it's amazing that we have an American Pope. And whether he has said certain things that I may or may not agree with politically, it's great for the United States of America because I think the church here is growing. And I think it would be amazing if he came back to the United States and had a massive rally in Chicago and allowed all these Catholics and Christians to come and celebrate the fact that we have a growing faith community in the United States. That's number one. Number two, I think it's really hard to apply American political constructs to everything. You know, if you believe what the Catholics and the Cardinals believe, the Holy Spirit guided them to pick this Pope. Am I right, Father?
That is true.
They didn't pick him because he wrote an op-ed or retweeted something. They picked him because the Holy Spirit guides the Cardinals to the correct answer on who's going to lead the church and who's going to be the heir to St. Peter. And so I think that's
very good for a non-Catholic.
Well, my wife's a Catholic. I just think we have to. I just think we have to respect that. And you know, I'm a person of faith and a Christian, and I think we have to respect the divine intervention.
So I got to tell you, I think the first miracle of this Pope is that I agree with you.
Hey.
I think it's like I've been watching the coverage all day, all afternoon, and we keep talking about him being American and what this means for American politics, because we in America, here in the United States, we think we are the belly button of the world.
Yes, we are.
If you go and look at the footage and the coverage in Peru, they're talking about him being the first Peruvian Pope and another Latin American Pope. There's 1.4 billion Catholics. I think part of the reason that he was chosen is because he is an international Pope. I think part of the reason that he was chosen is because he is a continuation of the things that Francis did. Because, listen, you can't live in Peru. If you've ever been to Peru, you cannot live in Chiclayo, Peru, which was his diocese, for 20 years, and not have a feel, not have compassion, not have walked the streets with the poor.
And he has dual citizenship as well.
And he has dual citizenship, right.
Can I piggyback on something that Scott said at the very beginning? Because I'm agreeing with both of you guys, in that I think that it's naive is probably the best term to look at the election or the conclave that selected this Pope through the lens of American politics. You're looking at an institution that literally outdates your American political structures or dynamics. And so first,
it outdates America, period.
Correct. And so I think that looking at it through that lens, I think is just wholly.
I just don't get it why Americans, like that lady right now saying it outlasts America. It's like, yes, we know, but are we supposed to not support America because you don't really like America? It's like, I don't get it. You live in the United States. You have a job in the United States. You're taking advantage of the system in the United States. Yet, when you get interviewed, what you talk about is America ain't that important. We think we're the best in the world. Yes, we are. Look at you. You are in the best country in the world. Take advantage of it. You are taking advantage of it. So just say it. Don't be shy to say the United States is the greatest country in the world. Anything the liberals or the Democrats say is usually America third, fourth, fifth. It's never America first. They could never just say, you know what? Yeah, America's the greatest. Nope.
Appropriate. The other thing, though, is as you're talking about him being the first Peruvian Pope, one of the things that I look at is the fact that his grandparents were Creole, right? And he took the name of Pope Leo, who in 1988 gave an amazing speech, an edict condemning slavery, becoming an abolitionist, right? Mm-hmm. And so there's so many layers to this individual, not just coming from Chicago, but who his grandparents were, or coming from the 7th Ward in New Orleans, and actually assuming another identity and going through and turning the pages of complexity. And I just think that today is a great day of that. Maybe instead of chastising him for being too woke or too liberal, and that when I see Laura Ingraham or Laura Loomer chastising him for being woke or tweet about that or too liberal, I was like, I just want to introduce you to Jesus if you think he's too liberal.
Look, I think I think there's two things here. One, we'll see what type of Pope he is going to be. We'll see if he gets involved in the politics. I hope he cares more, and I think we're going to see that he cares more about having people come to faith and come to church and to get together and to love one another and to be missionaries to people. I know what's happened with religion in this country, and a lot of younger people have walked away from the church. I hope that having a pope from the United States of America inspires people to maybe go back to church.
But he has to be in politics in some way if they affect social issues.
And I understand that.
That's what I was going to say.
I get that. But
do you
the
think
thing
that
is his job to walk out there day one and to be political.
Do you think that if he does, I mean, as the past pope had, speak up on things that are in the politics, especially on this issue of migration that's happening globally, not just in the United States.
My question is this: is it personal politics or is it the church? And I think there's a fine line there.
I think that he would argue that's the that is doctrine.
That being
right?
pope and being president of the United States are two completely different things, and we can't judge them with the same spectrum, right? I mean, what were the things that Francis did that I think endeared him to so many people? He did things like every night he called the church in Gaza and asked them how they were, what they were eating, how they were doing. It doesn't mean that he was pro-Gaza. It means that he cared about the Christians suffering in Gaza. And I think that's very much part of the church. You can't, we can't, here in America, in the United States, for some reason, we want to see everything through, are they pro-Trump or anti-Trump? Are they conservative or are they liberal? Are they woke or anti-woke? Are they... he is a worldwide leader.
Which, by the way, to your point there, I think this is exactly why I think there's some people tonight that should give some credit to President Donald Trump for the way he responded. Because I think that's probably maybe a little different than what he would have said in 2016. And I think he's a guy now that kind of looks at certain moments like this and says...
Respectfully.
But hold on, let me finish. What I'm saying is, you look at what he said, saying this is a great day. He actually took politics out of as the President of the United States of America, which most people were wanting him to get involved politically.
Before he knew about the tweets.
No, trust me, I'm sure he knew about him. I have no doubt he was well versed in what he had tweeted out before.
That bar is extremely low. And I think by setting the bar...
But can you give a little credit if you say even... So in other words, even when Donald Trump does something right, on the Pope, you're now saying, I'm still going to criticize him.
No, because, I mean, this is not an issue of politics. This is an issue of things like love and empathy and truth.
Then why don't show some of that towards the president when he gets it right on a nonpartisan issue of the Pope?
I'm not going to simply give you credit for coming out and doing something that you're supposed to do. One of the most amazing things about this spiritual or religious journey that we're on is it's not the way we profess it. It's not the way we wear it on our sleeve. It's not whether or not you can quote James or Ecclesiastes. It's not those things. It's how you walk. And whether or not people can see God in the way that you walk. And so I still have those questions about...
I think Donald Trump's a very different man since the assassination.
One second, let me just wrap this up.
I was making.
Hold on. I just wanted to put a button on it.
The United States think we are the center of the universe. Who cares?
I just wanted to say...
We care, Anna, we care. What do you mean, who cares? Why are you in the United States if you don't care? Can you listen to her? She just said, who cares? You're here sitting in the United States talking about who cares about. Man, some folks need to go live abroad for like 2 days and they're going to appreciate the United States.
Catholics in the world,
finish his thought.
Catholics in the world are celebrating this choice. And you know, one of the things that was wonderful today was when we saw in St. Peter's Square flags from all over the world, and just this feeling of elation was when this new pope was chosen. You know, it is something that I think is very Catholic. Any Catholic that's ever been in the presence of a pope, even if it's been with me, and believe me, I'm a skeptic and I'm flawed. I'm a very flawed human and a very flawed Catholic. But you can't help. I'm not going to confession.
Forgiveness, right there.
He's pulling you into that confession. Friday morning, 10:30.
By like the wave of spirituality of millions of Catholics.
I agree.
Feeling what they're feeling. So when I tell you, can we just please stop looking at this through the spectrum of Donald Trump and the United States? This is global. This is spiritual. This goes far beyond that.
The seagulls hardly noticed what the whole world could not miss, that the smoke on the Sistine Chapel roof brought news. It came at first from thin air, then in Latin, a language of the church, but far older than that.
Annuncio vobis gaudium magnum.
The first words brought a hush, then a roar, as the square and 1.4 billion members of the Catholic faith all around the world understood what was coming and waited for this.
Habemus Papam.
Habemus Papam. We have a pope. Historic words. Then, in the very next breath, history made.
Eminentissimum, ac reverendissimum Dominum, Dominum Robertum Franciscum, Sancte Romane Ecclesiae, Cardinalem Prevost.
Robert Cardinal Prevost, American of Chicago, South American by way of Peru, and the first all-American pope. It took 2 days of voting for the conclave to make its choice, and for St. Peter's Square, which has gone in just weeks from Easter celebration to the mournful majesty of burying one pope, to ring out in joy again at the naming of the next. Leo XIV, his name, according to the Vatican, a nod to Leo XIII, who ushered in the Church's modern social mission and was Pope for some 25 years before he died in 1903. This Leo, our modern-day Leo, came to the balcony wearing the traditional red cape that Pope Francis refused. And though raised in the U.S. and looking out on more than a few people waving American flags, he spoke first in Italian, then in Spanish, but not English.
La pace sia con tutti voi.
Peace be with you all.
Fratelli, sorelle carissimi.
Dearest brothers and sisters,
Questo è il primo saluto del Cristo risorto.
this is the first
Il buon
greetings
pastore
of the
che ha dato
resurrected
la
Christ,
vita per il gregge di Dio.
the Good Shepherd who has given up his life for God. And I should also like this greeting of peace to enter our hearts and your families and to all those people, wherever they are, all peoples throughout the world. Peace be with you.
He thanked Pope Francis, who was a close ally. He pledged to lead a missionary church, a bridge-building church. Then, in Spanish, the language of both Francis and his adopted country, Peru, the new pope closed with this.
And I should like to, therefore, pray together with you. Let us pray for this new mission, for the entire church and for peace in the world. And let us ask for this special grace from Mary, our God.
Ave Maria.
Joining me now, CNN Vatican correspondent Christopher Lamb, who witnessed this historic day overlooking St. Peter's Square. What did it feel like to be there in that moment? And were you surprised that he did not speak in English? What do you think the message being sent through that was?
Well, Anderson, I think there was a message there. Of course, the first American Pope addressing the crowd in Italian and Spanish, referencing in particular his diocese in Peru that he led for many years. So I think there was a clear message to say that, yes, he's an American Pope, but he's a Pope who spans national borders. I have to say, I was stunned and very surprised when I heard that Cardinal Prevost had been chosen as Pope Leo XIV. There had been some speculation of his candidacy, that he was looking strong. I had reported that, and I had heard from several cardinals that there could be an American Pope, and that nationality was not going to be a handicap, as it might have been in the past for other strong candidates from the US. But when I heard that Prevost had been chosen, it really was a huge surprise, a stunning moment, Anderson.
And what more do we know about his what kind of a pope he may be? I mean, whether it's based on personality, ideology, beliefs, how is he expected to lead the church?
Well, I think he's going to continue in the line of Francis when it comes to church reforms. He made that clear from the speech from the balcony. I think he's going to try and be a unifier. I've met him when he was a cardinal, met him once in the Vatican, and it was clear then when I spoke to him, he's a very thoughtful person, a good listener. And I think he's renowned as a methodical and capable administrator. I think the big thing that he is going to be tasked with doing is institutionalizing the reforms that Pope Francis has started, whether it's around the role of women, whether it's in terms of a more inclusive church, where it's not just the bishops leading the church, but the people also being part of the mission of the church. I think that's going to be very important to him, but also his choice of Leo after Leo the 13th, I think a nod and a sign that he wants to be a pope who speaks out for the rights of workers, for the poorest, economic injustice. Yeah. Of course, Leo the 13th was the main Catholic social teaching pope.
Just quickly, do you know if he's going to live in the Apostolic Palace or, like Pope Francis, live in the more modest guest house? Sort of a lot of pressure on that decision, I guess.
Well, that's a big decision for him. I think tonight he's going to be in the Casa Santa Marta. We've just seen some video of him going back to his old apartments in the Vatican near the Casa Santa Marta, I think, to collect some belongings, I presume. He blessed some people and greeted them there. He's got to make a decision about that. That's very significant. But I think he'll be in the Casa Santa Marta for the time being and then make a decision later on.
All right, Christopher Lamb, thanks very much.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. What is going on between China and the United States trade deal? Here we go. According to CNN,
President Trump signaled a major concession in his tariff policy toward China. This is what he wrote. 80% tariff on China seems right, up to Scott B. Scott B is the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. The current tariff is 145%, so he's floating a 65% reduction in tariffs to China even before U.S. negotiators sit down with Chinese officials, Scott Bessent among them, this weekend in Switzerland. With us now is former press secretary and then Vice President Joe Biden, Kendra Barkoff, and Republican strategist and former RNC communications director Doug High. So that was fast. I mean, before the negotiations even start, you drop your asking price 65%. What's going on here, Doug?
Well, I think part of it is a reaction to what we've been seeing as either fewer container ships have been coming in or ships with fewer containers, and that a lot of those containers that have come from ports in China to ports in the U.S. have less product in them. And so there's a very real concern of what people are going to pay, or are there going to be shelves that are empty? These are bad visuals for Donald Trump. I think he knows that. It may be too late to save the immediate problem, but clearly he realizes that there's an ongoing issue here that could hurt him politically pretty severely. I think it's smart to get ahead of this, but let's ultimately see where we end up. That's obviously much more important.
Obviously, 80% tariffs are still huge. You're still extraordinarily high, yet it's a lot lower than 145%. Kendra, is this the art of the deal?
Well, look, we've seen his tariff policies to be erratic time and time again. And what we're seeing is a potential coming towards a recession. Trump owns this economy, and what we're seeing with the up and downs is really going to start to affect workers. It's affecting prices. And, I think from what it seems like, he doesn't actually care about it. He was asked yesterday in the Oval Office whether or not, he cares about the workers in Seattle that, are concerned that there aren't things being unloaded onto the port, that they are concerned about their jobs. And he sort of brushed by the question. So he actually does own this economy. He is the president. The buck stops with him. And I just think these erratic tariff policies are a problem.
As long as we're
talking
about...
By the way, John, I'd say
Doug.
Kendra's very smart to point out the dock workers in Seattle. Tariffs are about American jobs, and ultimately it's dock workers in Seattle, it's truck drivers who are going to deliver that from Seattle or Long Beach to every community in the country. Those are American jobs, and that's part of Trump's concern.
President Trump speaking out ahead of the weekend talks that his Treasury Secretary will be leading in Geneva with Chinese trade officials, leading into what will be the first actual talks between the U.S. and China since Trump launched his global trade war. The president just posted on social media floating a 80% tariff on China, as he says, seems right, which would be a dramatic drop from the 145% tariff he currently has slapped on the country, though it would still be historically high. TBD what that means. We do not know. What we do know is the impact of the tariffs on Chinese goods coming in are hitting one industry particularly hard, the baby industry. That's because, according to some estimates, more than 70% of baby gear purchased in the U.S. is manufactured in China. Everything from car seats to changing tables to strollers. Said another way, essentials for new parents. Joining me right now is someone who knows this too well. Joe Shammy. He's the president of Delta Children, the country's largest crib and children's furniture brand. Joe, thank you very much for coming in. As we were talking leading into this, your company is so impressive. Family owned and run for multiple generations now. Before I get to kind of the questions of where things are headed, what do these tariffs on imports, the 145 that we're talking, that's currently on from China, what does it mean for your company right now?
It means that we have to figure out how to continue to make safe products that are affordable for parents. And 145% it would be almost impossible to do so. So we're trying to figure out other avenues, other ways of doing so, and we're waiting for direction from the president. We acknowledge the president has valid concerns about our trade imbalances. I'm glad that
Thank you for tuning into the live show. All right, the president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, just posted on Truth Social saying a very good meeting today with China in Switzerland. Many things discussed, much agreed to, a total reset negotiated in a friendly but constructive manner. We want to see for the good of both China and the United States an opening up of China to American business. Great progress made in capital letter. Okay. Great progress made in caps. This is the president, so you know how much he likes caps. All right. So he's saying that they had a good meeting in Switzerland between the Chinese delegates and the United States. So hopefully a trade deal is inked soon. Hopefully.
He's addressing it. I'm also glad that he's very devoted to families, to family values, to establishing a baby boom, all of the above. With that said in mind, we need to keep baby products affordable.
What does it mean for your inventory right now? Are shipments coming in? Are you bringing products in still?
So luckily, we are a very financially strong company, and we have a large inventory in stock currently. And we are bringing in certain products even at the higher tariff rates. So for the next few months, we're good. We're going to keep prices stable. We're going to do our best to do so, and we're hoping for more direction.
But just a few months of inventory is.
Not
I know
enough.
you're not. I know you're not. Yeah, that's not enough, and I know that's not how anyone wants to run. They have to run their company.
Yes.
I was reading that on what we just are learning, 80%, if that would be what the tariff rate is, like, what does the 145% tariff on your goods coming in, 80% tariff on your goods coming in, does that make a difference? Do you think?
Of course, it makes a difference,
Right.
but it still makes it very expensive for a new parent to raise a child. And we are very concerned that, for argument's sake, in the crib field, that parents will make the wrong choice. They will co-sleep with their children. They will buy a used crib, a crib that they have sitting in the basement for years that do not meet the current safety standards. In 2011, Delta and our other manufacturers worked together with the Consumer Product Safety Commission and developed the toughest standards for cribs in the world. We put a zero tolerance, and we're so proud of what we did, and we reduced deaths by some 90%.
And that's the fear.
And
is
that's
that
the fear. What happens next? And again, I praise President Trump for addressing the situation. I praise President Trump for, at this time, saying he's going to take a look at baby essentials.
But if parents can't afford it, the choices they would make, because you have to, you have a baby, you must have product for them. What that means, that's something I hadn't even thought about.
Now, it's something I would say. A cell phone is a necessity, but we have old cell phones. A new parent doesn't have an old crib, a crib sitting and waiting for them to put into their home.
That is a very good point. The president has been, I would say, almost unusually focused on children's products and how he has been talking about tariffs of late. We know that he talked about how children don't need to have so many baby dolls or can pay a couple extra dollars for a doll. He also talked about strollers in some of his recent interviews. I want to play this for you, what he said this weekend.
Some prices are going up, tires, strollers, some clothing in the wake of your tariffs.
Excuse me, that's peanuts compared to energy. Energy is 60% of the cost. You should ask some positive things like Sir, it's amazing what you've done with gasoline.
Like,
Because you
sir.
know what? Gasoline's big
Sir.
business. A stroller is not big business.
Uh-oh.
I remember hearing that and thinking, what reaction someone like yourself would have to hearing that?
No pun intended, but we are an infant industry. We are a small industry compared to energy and all other kinds of industries. But we are one of the most important industries there is. We need to keep babies safe. We need to encourage parents to have more kids, and we need to do our best to help them.
An interesting thing that is particularly unique as you're talking about safety of your products.
Yes.
That's particularly unique to the baby industry is the testing that goes into these products before they make it to market. If one thing we hear over and over is make it in the United States, bring it in the United States, you won't face a tariff. Can you move all of that testing to the United States that is so essential for the safety of your products?
The testing facilities in China are extensive. We've developed 9 test labs in Asia. We also developed 2 test labs in the United States. So we can do some testing, but the infrastructure, wheels, steel, fabric for the seats, foam, it could go on and on. All the things that go into making a stroller are still right now in China.
You can't. I mean, it is impossible for you to move that over quickly.
At this time, quickly is the right term. Quickly, no. Maybe at some point in time in the future, we can. Let me point out something else to you. We have 3 manufacturing facilities in the United States. We manufacture in Wisconsin, we manufacture in Kansas. We produce hundreds of items there, just not strollers and cribs. Those were not economical for us to do here. We're going to expand our production in the United States. We're going to do as much as we can to do so. And we employ over 500 people in America. So we are a U.S. manufacturer. At the same time, we are an importer from China and other parts of Asia.
What I hear from you, Joe, is you just need some time and you need a break in order to stay afloat and keep safe products on the shelves.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you for coming in, Joe.
Appreciate
I really appreciate it. Nice.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. A lot is going on in the United States. I've been seeing some comments saying, well, in the United States, we do not actually repurpose, reuse, transfer to our friends, our family, and say, you know what, you can use my daughter's stroller that she used when she was born. She's 4 years old right now. It's in the basement. Nobody's going to use it. No, Janet, I don't want that. I want you to check out my baby shower registry and check the stroller that I put up there on Amazon. It is $630. That's the one I want because I like the color and I like the reviews. The one in your basement, I don't want it. That's America.
In 30 years from now, when the economic history books are written about Trump's trade war, you can be sure of one thing. There's going to be an entire chapter titled Dolls. The White House appears to have latched on to this idea that promoting austerity measures for kids explains their case. And each day, there's a new message about dolls. So let's take a look at how this has evolved, shall we? I want to start with Trump on Sunday when he was asked about the potential for empty shelves.
I'm just saying they don't need to have 30 dolls. They can have 3. They don't need to have
30
250 pencils. They can have
$30,
5.
ladies and gentlemen.
But you're basically saying there could be some supply
I'm
shortages
basically saying
because
we
of
don't
the
have to
tariff.
waste money on a trade deficit with China for things we don't need, for junk that we don't need.
I would have gone with the pencil analogy longer because it just resonates with school-age children, parents. But okay, your kids don't need more junk. But then Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent had a new message for the boys and girls in America. Don't be sad about the dolls. It'll lead to a better life.
I would tell that young girl that you will have a better life than your parents. Your family will own a home. You will be able to advance. You will have a good education. You will have economic freedom. That's what we are advancing.
But it didn't stop there. Because Vice President Vance today, he also mentioned the dolls and gave yet another explanation.
What I'd ask people is not whether they want $2 or $5 or $20 for their kids. Would you like to, God forbid, if your country goes to a war and your son or daughter is sent off to fight, would you like to know that the weapons that they have are good American-made stuff, not made by a foreign adversary?
The value of the dolls. With me now, the co-founder President and CEO of Gerber Kawasaki Wealth and Investment Management, Ross Gerber. Ross, glad you're here. I got to ask you if you think this doll argument is playing at all on Main Street or Wall Street for that matter. Is it reassuring anyone?
Well, it's really troubling to have, like billionaires telling, the American families, which, for the most part are struggling still to, get ahead. And we've had the best economy in a long time with really low unemployment and real wage gains. And Americans are in a pretty good financial spot. So to then, throw us into a recession and tell the average American family that they don't need dolls when you're sitting at the UFC in front row with all your friends who are billionaires.
Somebody's asking for proof. Show us the evidence. Well, this is the evidence. You can see baby shower stuff. I got this link yesterday. Okay, you see that? Baby registry. That's a stroller right there. I got a stroller in the basement. Ain't nobody asked me about the one that my daughter already used. Everybody wants a new one. Tell you that much. Everybody wants a new one, ladies and gentlemen. Here is a humidifier. I got 2 humidifiers that I bring out every winter. And nobody asking for the used ones. I tell you that much. Ain't nobody asking. Look, they got like at least 10 pages. 10 pages. At least 10. Nobody's going to ask you. Especially, look, I'm not rich, so I can tell you. I would rather, like last year, I would rather go buy new stuff because that's how you think when you don't have money. When you have money, you think about how can I preserve what I got? When you don't have money, you want to spend it real fast. That's how it goes. That's why you see people living paycheck to paycheck, maxed out credit card. Why? Why? Because it's here. It's a program, okay? When you're born into a poor, broke, or, not too much family, this is how you think. You're surviving every time. You're not thinking about abundance, savings, thinking about the future. That's not what you're thinking about. You're thinking about how to go buy the new Jordans. Why do you think in the hood, that's where they have the most Jordan, the most Gucci bags? Why do you think it's in the hood they have those things? If you've seen like a very rich person and their kids is wearing Jordans, you hardly see a billionaire's kid wearing Jordans. But when you go in the hood, everybody wearing Jordans, ladies and gentlemen.
And gold plating the White House, billionaires telling average Americans to deal with austerity is really poor messaging at best.
When I look at the dolls too, I think to myself, it seems very almost dismissive and reductive to think about all of this coming down to a conversation about dolls. But the president went on from there. He was asked today about traffic slowing down at U.S. ports. Ross, listen to his response.
We're seeing as a result, the ports here in the U.S., the traffic has really slowed, and now thousands of dock workers and truck drivers are worried about their jobs.
Yeah, no, that means we lose less money. When I see that means we lose less money.
Wait, so the business owners who can't afford to get their products here would obviously disagree, but what do you think the point he was trying to make was?
Well, I think most importantly out of this, to say it just sort of bluntly, is that Trump doesn't understand the economy at all. And we're not losing money through deficits or global trade. It's a transference of goods and capital for different needs. And in America, for example, the doll argument is absurd because really what Americans want is choice and low prices. And that's what's really driven capitalism since the beginning of time, is the idea of having, full competition globally, which gives, American consumers the best choices in the world. And, when people from other countries come to America, one of the first things they say is they go to a grocery store and it blows their mind, the choices that they have. So taking choice away from Americans just isn't going to play well. So they can keep trying to sell Americans about austerity. But when people start losing jobs for real, it really dramatically affects real families. We're going to see a turn in sentiment against this administration if they don't come to terms with the fact that there isn't an immediate return to growth just when you completely, throw the whole trade, system into an imbalance. So what we could have is a pretty bad recession, and in the best case scenario, no growth. And I just don't think it's so simple to say, well, things will just be great in the future. I've gone through some very hard times in America, like the financial crisis. And so I think it's just really narrow-minded to, run the ship into the dock and then say, don't worry, it'll only be a little bit of damage.
You mentioned capitalism, and you probably heard from the billionaire Trump supporter and Citadel CEO Ken Griffin, who told Politico today.
It is just wild that CNN is currently talking to a man that manages $2.2 billion in investment. And she's here saying, well, Trump and his billionaire friends, you're currently interviewing a man who manages $2.2 billion investment. He's a billionaire, just like Trump's friends. Oh, man.
Quote, tariffs open the door to crony capitalism. The government starts to pick winners and losers. Now, the trade framework that Trump announced with the UK today, Ross, it would lower tariffs on luxury cars like Rolls-Royce, because everyone's getting one of those. Listen.
We took it from 25 to 10 on Rolls-Royce because Rolls-Royce is not going to be built here. I wouldn't even ask them to do that. It's a very special car, and it's a very limited number, too.
Raise your hand if you own a Rolls-Royce or that's your next purchase in the next, say, 10 days or 10 months. But while I wait for those hands, tell me, Ross, why is the argument that kids don't need dolls, but a Rolls-Royce and more luxury cars? Sign me up.
Well, this is exactly the picking winners and losers things that tariff causes, because the irony of this is that he's letting Aston Martin, Jaguars, and Rolls Royces, which, the UK makes about 100,000 cars a year that they send to the United States. And he's basically giving them an advantage over companies like Ford and GM, which manufacture in Mexico, that are still in a 25% tariff rate. So we've seen immediately the unions in Detroit reach out and say, hey, what are you doing? You're picking winners and losers here, and you're picking American companies as losers at this point. So it's not like Ford and GM can just change the global supply chain every month when Trump at his whims changed tariffs. So not only does it pick winners and losers, it's the uncertainty and the constant change that really throws business into turmoil and what is really causing much more of the damage than even the tariffs themselves, because consumers are pulling back, businesses are pulling back, and everybody's going into defense, and that's exactly how you get a recession.
Ross Gerber, thanks for your insight.
Well, market optimism in anticipation of US-China trade talks in Geneva this week.
Hopefully, this China-US deal would be inked real fast so small businesses can get on and, make some money and stay afloat, because small businesses definitely would get affected for sure. All right, what is going on in Newark, New Jersey airport?
Now, breaking news right now, just coming into the Situation Room, air traffic controllers for Newark Liberty International Airport experienced another outage earlier this morning. It's the latest in a series of very troubling technical problems that have plagued the airport in recent days.
I want to bring in CNN aviation correspondent Pete Muntean. What's going on, Pete?
Well, this is the latest in the string of these meltdowns that they've had at the Newark Terminal Radar Approach Control Facility. That controls the flights going in and out of Newark, flights descending and ascending after leaving Newark. This is really critical. And we know from one source that the systems went down there. The radar system went down at about 3:55 a.m. local time today. This is just one more in this series. We know also from another source that they lost radar and radio coverage, which is very similar to the April 28th meltdown that we were reporting on so much 11 days ago, that caused controllers there to essentially have to control planes blind and not able to know where they are and not able to communicate with them via radio. So this is really significant. That most recent incident after this one just last night was the first in a string that really sort of brought this to light. We know that there was an incident back on November 6th when controllers had something similar happen. In fact, in that case, they had a FedEx flight that they were giving instructions to turn onto the final approach into Newark. For some reason, they could not communicate with them. Another meltdown there, and that plane ended up flying essentially straight through the final approach and into the airspace over LaGuardia, which is extremely dangerous, they said. They said it was a miracle, by the grace of God, that there wasn't a mid-air collision in that case. This also comes on the heels one day after Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy just announced a sweeping multi-billion-dollar overhaul of the air traffic control system. This could be $30 billion done in 3 to 4 years, he says. It's a very aggressive, bold, and challenging plan, he says. And he says that these incidents really highlight the need for change, although it doesn't really get at what the FAA will do in the immediate. The FAA does say, though, that they will be replacing these telecommunication lines that essentially run this new air traffic control facility, which is actually in Philadelphia, off of the old facility in Long Island. So it's copper wire. They're going to replace it with fiber optic cable and do this nationwide, but they need to do it at Newark first.
I gotcha. Well, you
That's
know,
just
look,
what-
and you interviewed the United CEO who was giving credit to Secretary Duffy for taking aggressive action, but you're right, there's still that question of what about in the near term? It's scary stuff, what's happening.
Yeah, and it only plays into the hand that United Airlines wants here. They want to limit the number of flights, the FAA to limit the number of flights going in and out of Newark. This is a huge hub for United Airlines. They've been preemptively canceling about 70 flights each day. And the totality here for passengers, let's not forget about the daily toll. About 1,000 flights in total have been canceled out of Newark since this ATC meltdown last week bled into this week. Staffing shortages have been key, and 5 controllers took trauma leave there.
And hundreds of flights have been delayed.
That's right.
A big time, very important. Pete Montine, as usual, thank you very, very much. Right now, I want to bring in CNN transportation analyst Mary Schiavo. Mary, thanks for coming in. How concerning is it that there was yet another outage?
Well, it's very, very concerning because remember, now we have had multiple ones, as Pete mentioned, November 6th, April 28th, now this, plus likely others that we haven't learned about. And so every time we have this recurring, what it does is the risk of this happening, and every time it happens, you pose a risk to the flight and to the people over whom they are flying, multiplies. So now this risk, which the FAA had in prior reports said, oh, it's not a real hazard, it's not blinking red, we can manage it, etc. Because it keeps happening, this is really a very critical hazard risk, because the way you mitigate this situation is if when you have, you've lost communication or you have aircraft that can be on collision courses, the tower can intervene, the controllers can intervene, or you're left with literally pilots seeing and avoiding. And the FAA had made a comment, well, they've got collision avoidance systems. Only if all the airplanes that are in the collision path have that system. They must communicate with each other for it to work. Because this keeps happening, this is really a very serious hazard. And while Secretary Duffy said they will put as many resources as they can to it, the problem again stems from the fact that last July 28th, they put this mishmash of a control system, part in New York, part in Philadelphia, but to control Newark, and no one has eyes on the situation if the radar and the radio communications go down. Pete said it right.
Yeah, it's a very dangerous situation. Mary Schiavo, thank you very, very much.
We're learning of another outage affecting flights around Newark Liberty International.
Do we have anybody here in Newark and who travels a lot? What is going on in the Newark Liberty International? What in the world is going on? So many situations with this flight delays and all this stuff. Now, somebody said in the chat, the reason why we have flight delays and, plane crash happening recently is because of Trump. But the fact is, flight delays and also plane crash started last year, like towards Christmas and towards the New Year. But it started not even in the United States. If you've been watching this stream for a while, you remember I said this last year. I said, why is there so many plane crash during this December period? There was so many plane crash during December period, but now it's now in the United States. So I don't know what's going on, but this needs to be fixed because the people are going to attribute this to the Trump administration. So he better fix it. He just better fix it. There's nothing else to say. He better fix it.
Airport. A source tells CNN that air traffic controllers lost radar for about 90 seconds early this morning. Another source says they also lost radio communication. One controller was directing a FedEx flight when her radar screen went dark. Listen to this.
FedEx 1989, I hand you off here. Our scopes just went black again. If you care about this, contact your airline and try to get some pressure for them to fix this stuff.
Sorry to hear about that. FedEx 1989 switching. Good luck, guys.
The plane continued on to Boston, where it was able to land safely. The incident, though, is reminiscent of what happened last week when controllers lost contact with planes they were supposed to be monitoring. The outage led to staffing shortages after at least 5 employees took trauma leave. Since then, there's been a flood of flight delays and cancellations, which are still happening. CNN aviation analyst and former NTSB managing director Peter Goals joins us now live to discuss. Peter, thanks so much for being with us. What is it like for air traffic controllers to lose radar and radio communications as flights are trying to land and take off?
Well, it's absolutely your worst nightmare, Boris. I mean, as a controller, you have tremendous responsibility to keep planes separated, to keep them on their tracks to land or to take off, and to suddenly have it go black and not be able to communicate to the pilots is just the worst. And I can understand why the 5 controllers took some annual leave and some mental health leave to recover. It's frightening.
What does it mean that this would happen 2 times in 2 weeks? I mean, you would imagine that it would be addressed, or at least they would attempt to address it the first time.
Well, I think there's 2 things going on here. One is they don't really know what's caused these outages. They think it might be a problem with copper wiring, might be a problem with a conduit that has water seeping in. They simply don't know yet. And so they're going to have to develop backup strategies until they discover exactly what caused this. But the reality is, Boris, Newark's going to be in hot water for the foreseeable future. There's simply too many flights being squeezed into a too little time frame, and they have 1 runway out.
Wow. So the Department of Transportation has announced that they're going to build a brand new air traffic control system by 2028 that includes all new hardware and software. There is some concern that that timeline is simply unrealistic. I wonder what you think.
Has had challenges implementing complex programs in a timely fashion. I mean, yesterday's performance by the secretary was outstanding. I mean, he had every stakeholder imaginable singing from the same page. Whether they can get this program implemented is another question. And of course, the most significant challenge will be, will the Congress appropriate the $12 billion that he's put the price tag on up front? If they don't, then we're going to have problems with delivery and timing.
I do wonder what got the United States to this point, because the Secretary Sean Duffy said that the system has been obsolete for something like 50 years.
Well, it has been obsolete for 50 years. You know, if you look, there was an accident in 2006 in Lexington, Kentucky, in which a aircraft took off on a wrong runway early in the morning. And there were questions raised about were there enough controllers in the tower to handle the situation. Back then a junior senator, Patty Murray, who was now ranking member of her committee, demanded that more controllers be hired. She identified the shortages and said, we've got to address this. And the FAA promised to do that. They failed. They couldn't do it. So, I mean, this is a very vexing problem. And, you know, you admire the secretary for tackling it. He's being candid about it. He's put the right price tag on it. The question is, will he get the support and the time to implement it?
Peter Goals, very much appreciate your perspective on this. Thanks for joining us.
All right. With that being said, y'all want to keep going or y'all want to call it a day? Keep going, I'll call it a day. Keep going. Keep going, I'll call it a day. Okay, so there's this new update on the Trump administration suspending a very important rule of law. Check this out.
Explicitly mentioned in the Constitution. It allows people to challenge the federal government in court if they've been detained. And one of the president's top aides today, Stephen Miller, confirmed publicly that the White House is exploring this extraordinary step.
Well, the Constitution is clear, and that, of course, is the supreme law of the land, that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion. So I would say that's an option we're actively looking at. Look, a lot of it depends on whether the courts do the right thing or not. At the end of the day, Congress passed a body of law known as the Immigration and Nationality Act, which stripped Article III courts, that's the judicial branch, of jurisdiction over immigration cases. So Congress actually passed, it's called jurisdiction stripping legislation. It passed a number of laws that say that the Article III courts aren't even allowed to be involved in immigration cases.
Now, a legal expert that I'm going to talk to in a moment says everything you just heard there from Stephen Miller is not correct. We'll ask Ellie Honig why, but I should note that on this premise of this being considered at the White House, as Stephen Miller did confirm there, we're told that President Trump has not explicitly mentioned habeas corpus publicly. We have not actually heard from him say that in front of the cameras, but it is something that he was referencing when we heard from him less than 2 weeks ago as he was asked about what he wants to do when it comes to the nationwide court orders and injunctions against him.
There are other ways to mitigate it, and there's some very strong ways. There's one way that's been used by three very highly respected presidents, but we hope we don't have to go that route. But there is one way that has been used very successfully by three presidents, all highly respected, and hopefully we don't have to go that way, but there are ways of mitigating that.
Now, while it's still unclear tonight if this is something that the administration is actually going to attempt to do, I should note that both the private discussions that we have confirmed here tonight involving the president and also what we're hearing from one of his top and most influential aides publicly does show how this is under serious consideration inside the West Wing, at least. My lead source tonight is the New York Times White House correspondent Maggie Haberman. Maggie, obviously, it's no surprise to anyone that Trump has been frustrated by the courts. I mean, he says it publicly. He was tweeting about it this morning, I think. What do you make, though, of the fact that this is even being considered inside the White House?
So we have seen incredibly aggressive posture from this White House for some time, both from President Trump and Stephen Miller. We know that in the prep before the administration began, Stephen Miller spent years trying to figure out ways to get these plans enacted. Allies of the president figured out how to get lawyers who would help him arrive at a yes as opposed to a no. So I'm not surprised to hear them talking about this. However, as you noted, what Stephen Miller said, a lot of it is not correct. Number one, most of the courts, I think all of the courts, I don't think any court has agreed that the U.S. is under invasion. That is how it has been used in the past to suspend habeas corpus regionally. And when Abraham Lincoln did it, it was actually quite controversial, number one. Number two, this absolutely would be challenged. I don't know how you would, cull it just for migrants. And the border is sealed. So they have really undermined their own case in a lot of ways. I think they do have some running room politically on this, but they may run out of it at some point.
Yeah, that's a great point that you make there about the border, because border crossings are at an all-time low due to President Trump's actions and what they've taken, and obviously he ran on this. But if they're arguing that the border is at this point, that crime is so low in the United States, but also that there is an invasion happening, a judge may see that and say, I'm not so sure about that logic.
Right, and a number of judges, including a Trump-appointed judge from his first term, have already said that they are misreading, they're overstretching the statute on the Alien Enemies Act, which is what they have used for these controversial deportations. Some of this might just be fear. It's a way to intimidate the courts, which we have seen Trump and Stephen Miller do a lot of. They've been criticizing judges routinely and repeatedly. It also might be to scare migrants and to get migrants to leave. We know that they are trying to get migrants to be willing to go on their own out of concern that they might be arrested. But I don't know how well this would go if they actually attempted it.
Yeah, and one thing that we've seen change in how the president responds to questions on this is what he instead of just answering for himself, as he's done for years now, as you well know, he keeps turning to the attorneys. And he did so in this ABC interview last month. I just want to remind people about how he answered that question.
The law requires that every single person who is going to be deported gets a hearing first.
Well,
do you acknowledge that?
I'll have to ask the lawyers about that. All I can say is this. If you're going to have 21 million people, and if we have to get a lot of them out because they're criminals, we're going to have to act fast. We can't. Do you think we can give 21 million trials? Let's say each trial takes 2 weeks. Is that what you want us to do?
That answer, paired with Stephen Miller arguing that due process doesn't apply to people who are not U.S. citizens last week, stands out to me.
Yeah, and I think you're going to continue to hear that until there is clarity. The Supreme Court doesn't agree with that. The Supreme Court, there have been a number of, it's been very clear that the Supreme Court in the past believes that due process applies to immigrants. They are going to, I think, continue to try to press this on a number of cases and in a number of ways. They have been actively trying to get cases before the Supreme Court, but what they are doing with some of what they're saying in these various cases in different jurisdictions, they say one thing in one courtroom, they say something different in another, that hurts their credibility once things start reaching the Supreme Court. So again, I know they believe that because they have a conservative supermajority, it will go their way. It has in a number of instances over the last few years, less so now.
And also with Amy Coney Barrett, who has she's gotten a ton of criticism from the MAGA right over how she's ruled and what she's written and said on things.
Right.
I just wonder, though, overall, in terms of how the administration is looking at this, politically speaking as well, it's kind of one of the few areas where people have broken with the president in terms of if he's abiding by the law. There's been the bro podcasters who came out in support of him in the election saying, I'm not sure if I'm totally comfortable with this step that they've taken.
It's not only going to be bro podcasters if they keep talking about suspending habeas corpus. It will be some Republican senators as well. It is not going to be every single Republican senator, but there will be some who are not going to be comfortable with that, because where's the line? If it is able to be invoked sort of whenever the president wants to claim something's an invasion, then where do you end? And look, on immigration, as you said earlier, they had a big success on something Trump campaigned on, which was sealing the border. They did it almost immediately when they came in. They almost were too quick for their own good, because now they have continued to try to do other things and they keep stepping on their own success.
Maggie Haberman, thank you for that reporting.
Thanks,
as always. Also here tonight, as I mentioned, former Assistant U.S. Attorney and CNN's senior legal analyst, Ellie Honig. Ellie, you told me earlier when I asked you about Stephen Miller's comments, you thought his description there was wrong. Why?
Dead wrong, crazy, dangerous. Let's start with the Constitution itself. What Stephen Miller says essentially is the Constitution gives us the right to do this, to suspend the writ of habeas corpus, which, by the way, just means the ability to go to court to challenge a detention. He's saying the Constitution tells us we can suspend that. But if you look at the actual Constitution, Article 1 is a restriction. It says we should not withdraw the writ of habeas corpus unless there is a rebellion or an invasion and the public safety is threatened. The Constitution sets the bar incredibly high there, and the history bears it out, which you mentioned before. It's been invoked 4 times, right? Civil War, okay, I think we can understand that, and as Maggie said, it was controversial then. During Reconstruction, in a very narrow way, by the way, only in certain counties in South Carolina to try to counteract the Ku Klux Klan. In 1905, in the Philippines, when we had a hand in governing the Philippines, there was a real rebellion happening in certain regions. And then what was the fourth?
Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor, right. And
that was the last time it was used, was 1941.
Exactly, 1944, and only, again, in certain areas of Hawaii. So it's been used very carefully in real invasions, narrowly geographically.
So I think the question is if they're privately looking at this, and it's notable that the president referenced it a few weeks ago, and Stephen Miller basically confirmed it today. I mean, it at least speaks to the seriousness with which they are looking at it.
Yeah, I think it's chilling, frankly, that the president is discussing this behind the scenes. I mean, that is an incredibly dangerous line to cross. Habeas corpus is, and this is the reason I think there's some Republican pushback to this, it is one of the most fundamental rights and protections that we have in this country. The right to go into court and say, I am being wrongfully locked up behind bars. If we are going to pull that right, that is a big deal. That's a red line.
Okay, so let's say they do decide to go forward with it and they decide the justification's there. It would basically be Congress, and Congress goes along with it. Congress and the White House telling the judicial branch basically that they are the decision makers here.
We're skipping you, courts. Yeah, and that's another important point, by the way. If you look at the history and the way this is set up, the stronger legal belief here is that Congress has to actually suspend the writ of habeas corpus. The president cannot do it himself. In 3 of the 4 times, everyone but the Civil War, it was actually Congress that did it. There's an opinion from years ago where Justice Scalia, so this is not some liberal view, Justice Scalia said it has to come from Congress. And by the way, if you look at where that provision is in the Constitution, it's Article 1. That's what gives Congress its rights. So I think the first argument here is you can't do this yourself, Mr. President. That has to be done by Congress.
And that's, as I was looking this up earlier, that's why Abraham Lincoln was challenged over this, because when he invoked it, Congress was not in session in that period.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
But I do think, I mean, Maggie mentioned some Republican senators may have an issue with this. We'll see. I mean, is there a chance that they go along with this?
Gosh, I would be shocked if, I mean, to me, this issue transcends politics and ideology. And by the way, I think if they were to try it and it was to end up in the courts, I think the Supreme Court knocks it down. I think it could be 9-0, the Supreme Court knocking it down. That's how extreme.
9-0?
I think so. I think you could even get Thomas and Alito to vote against this, especially if you look at Justice Scalia, what he said years ago. That's someone they look up to.
Yeah. Well, and it's not clear they're going to take this step, but still extraordinary that they're even considering it. Ellie Honig, thank you for that legal expertise and for texting it to me earlier when I had questions about this.
All right. What is going on with New Jersey and ICE? All right. Tom Homan is going to New Jersey, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out.
As we continue, 9 minutes after the hour now, Newark, New Jersey Mayor Ras Baraka is speaking out after his arrest late Friday for allegedly attempting to break into an ICE facility during a protest with several Democratic members of Congress. We want to take you back to Newark. That's where we find correspondent CB Cotton with the very latest. Hi, CB.
Hi, Kevin. Well, this small group of protesters behind me says what happened yesterday at this ICE detention facility was fascism on full display. But the White House is slamming it as political theater, saying Democrats are, quote, prioritizing the welfare of illegal aliens over American citizens. Now we have this new body camera footage obtained exclusively by colleague Bill Malugin, which shows exactly what took place the moment when Newark Mayor Ras Baraka was taken into custody. You can see him here led away in handcuffs, and U.S. Representative LaMonica McIver, who appears to be shoving and elbowing her way past a DHS agent. DHS says had she and the other U.S. representatives on scene simply asked for a tour of the ICE facility, they would have gotten one. Instead, DHS says the lawmakers demanded to conduct an oversight visit before storming their way into the facility gate past security as a bus of detainees was entering. The lawmakers ultimately were allowed inside, but Newark Mayor Ras Baraka, also a Democratic candidate for New Jersey governor, was not. And he was later arrested on scene, as we've been talking about. He's now been charged with trespassing after the feds say he ignored repeated warnings to leave. But Baraka told CNN that's not true, saying he was arrested after returning to the public side of the gate.
They tried to arrest me. As you can see, he tried to arrest me. As you can see, I'm calm. I'm not doing anything. I'm just walking. We got out of the gate. They, I guess, made a decision to come around the gate after we left to arrest me outside of the gate.
What in the world?
So a private company entered into an agreement with ICE to open the facility behind me. For months, Baraka and other Newark officials have been alleging in court that the company didn't obtain proper permits. DHS says that's not true, while sharing photos of some of the detainees who are inside, saying they've all been accused of serious crimes.
I don't know why you would want to run on this platform. I'm a career law enforcement officer, and I don't want to go out and support MS-13 terrorists. I don't want to go out there and support child rapists. And those are the people behind those fences.
So despite the chaos leading up to when lawmakers were allowed inside afterwards, one of them came out and said in remarks that the facility is well maintained. Kevin.
CB Cotton for us in Newark. Good stuff. Thank you, CB.
Oh my goodness, Democrats, liberals.
Byron Donalds, Congressman Donalds, I was looking at these Delaney Hall detainees, the illegal immigrant ones. DHS put out a list of some of the things they're accused of. It's not good. Deadly weapon with intent to kill, interfering with the custody of a child, possession of controlled substance, active gang affiliations. So these are the people Democrats are going to storm a facility on behalf of? Boy, have they lost the plot, Congressman.
You're absolutely right. They've completely lost the plot. They don't remember why they lost this election. It was primarily because of illegal immigration, a lot of criminal aliens in our country who were victimizing Americans. And instead of standing with the American people and President Trump to make sure we have an orderly process to remove criminal illegal aliens, what are they doing? Waiting for the gate to open, to run through the gate? I mean, that's just crazy to me. And I'm not saying it's just because of what happened today. When Joe Biden was bringing in tens of million people into the United States, I went and toured one of the facilities down at Fort Bliss. I waited at the gate, showed my congressional ID. I had to wait a couple hours. They finally let me in to tour that facility because I wanted to see what Joe Biden and that administration was doing at that time. So for them to just storm the gates, much more about a political stunt. We cannot have people impeding the operations of Homeland Security and ICE when they're trying to undertake the mission given to President Trump by the American people.
Speaking of waiting at the gate, there's someone else who waited at the gate. Her name was Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. In this famous photo, she's dressed in all white. She didn't try to storm the gate. She took this picture, dramatic one, outside at the border. I'm just curious, what about election 2024, where immigration was the top issue right by the economy, told the Democratic Party, don't wait at the gate and take dramatic photos, storm it on behalf of illegal immigrants? Was there something I missed politically here?
I don't know what's going on with them. They're a party that has no focus. They have no leadership. They have no central idea. They're all over the place. But one thing is clear. The American people want illegal aliens sent back to their home countries. That's the mandate that was given to President Trump last November. And if Democrats want to stand in the way of that, if a state like New Jersey wants to continue to be a sanctuary state, they're going to continue to lose elections. It's that simple.
Congressman, I only have a few moments here, but as the political nerd that I am, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you, you're running for governor. You have the endorsement of President Trump. Florida's deeply, deeply red. We just had John Morgan on who said, he could mount a third-party bid. He's a former Democrat mega donor. I'm wondering what a third-party bid would do in the state of Florida. Something you welcome, something you wouldn't. What are your thoughts?
Listen, I'm not really concerned about that, Kaylee. I'm just focused on talking to the people of Florida. Proud to have President Trump's support in this race to be Florida's next governor. And I will assure you that Florida will continue to be the red state that it has become under the leadership of Governor DeSantis. We're going to continue to lead in the great state of Florida.
Well, it is deeply, deeply red, Congressman Byron Donalds.
What do you guys think about Byron Donalds leading Florida as a governor? I think he's doing great. And I also think Ron DeSantis. Nobody's talking about Ron DeSantis like he's not even a contender for 2028. Y'all just taking away Ron DeSantis of Florida. Everybody's talking about J.D. Vance, talking about Marco Rubio. Nobody's actually talking about Ron DeSantis. And I think he has a bright future as well. He has a bright future for sure because he's done a great work in Florida. But hopefully Byron Donalds becomes the next governor of Florida, most likely, because Florida is definitely red deep. All right, here we go.
But first, breaking tonight, a bizarre story and situation unfolding in New Jersey. The mayor of the state's largest city is under arrest tonight as he and 3 Democratic members of Congress are accused of breaking into an immigration and customs enforcement facility, an ICE facility, during a protest. Newark Democratic Mayor Ras Baraka is being held at a Homeland Security office in his city. That's where correspondent Alexis McAdams is right now. Good evening, Alexis.
Brett, bizarre is a good way to put it here. People are now calling for the release of Mayor Baraka here in Newark, New Jersey, after he was taken away in handcuffs earlier this afternoon. Before I show you that arrest, though, Brett, I just want to show you what we're seeing here. We just arrived a few moments ago. You can see the crowd. These people have showed up after Baraka's arrest. We're in front of an HSI facility here in Newark, New Jersey, or the Homeland Security office. And you can see here as well, you can see the officers right here through that fence, and they're getting ready to possibly give some new information as we wait after this arrest. Watch this.
Put your hands on me.
Okay, so the Newark mayor there, also Congressman Robert Menendez Jr., Congresswoman Bonnie Watson-Coleman, and also LaMonica MacGyver were all involved. We're told at least 3 of the congresswomen and men tried to break into the detention facility, according to DHS. Sources tell us that when the gates of Delaney Hall Detention Center opened this afternoon to let in a bus full of detainees, the Democrat elected officials ran right inside, pushing by security and entering what is a secure facility. Democrats say that facility opened without permission from the city of Newark. It opened last month. It's expected to be a busy ICE facility, a private one, housing about 1,000 migrants a day. The officials wanted to go inside, so they decided they just take matters into their own hands. Why did they want to go inside, Brett? I'm told it was because they wanted to make sure the migrants were okay and were, quote, being fed. DHS says these are criminals that are being taken off the street for a reason. MS-13 gang members and also migrants held on murder, rape, and drug trafficking charges are inside. Back out here live, I just want to again give you a quick look here. DHS calling this a bizarre political stunt. You can see the people all over here in Newark, New Jersey. They want their mayor to be set free. DHS says not going to happen. Alina Habba telling Fox earlier he is going to face some serious charges here, and it might not just be trespass. We'll keep an eye on it, Brett.
Yeah, Alexis, the New Jersey Attorney General just out saying, he's a Democrat, saying this was peacefully exercising their right to free speech. It sounds like there's a number of people out there still calling for his release.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, I mean, these people aren't going to go anywhere. I'll have my photographer, Neil, just kind of show you, like, this is a pretty big crowd. They do have some law enforcement here as well mixed in, but earlier you could see in that video that those ICE officers there at the other detention facility were trying to stop these elected officials from coming in, saying, you can't come into this place. We've got gang members in here. You can't just come in and take a tour. And they said they wanted to. They said that they want their mayor to be released, and so we'll see what happens next. But I don't think the crowd's going to go anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, that's the key thing, going into the facility. And Alexis McAdams will follow this story. Head back for breaking details. Thank you.
Greg, domestic tariffs, this is something, the idea here is that political violence it seems to, and today, exist extremely on the left compared to the right.
Yeah, I think you had one day. One bad day for the right, exactly. And they had to like milk it for all it's worth. Commissions, you name it, throw everybody in jail. They've done this every single day since like 1963. They haven't stopped. And think about all the crap that the Dems are doing now. The singing, the shouting, flying to El Salvador, storming ICE. They've replaced law and order with performance art. The problem is, like all performance art, no one buys it. It's one and done. It's self-serving. It doesn't offer any service to the community that they claim to help. No one really remembers Van Hollen going to El Salvador. I'm sure he would like people to forget about it. I won't. Somebody should put out an Amber Alert for Van Hollen. Where is that douchebag? That guy wasted, how many weeks of our lives being a self-righteous jerk? Sorry. I was going through all the words in my head and I came up with jerk. But this is all, you know what this is? This is all traced back to the guilty white liberal and the soft bigotry of no expectations. They believe you cannot be held accountable for your actions. You're almost too childlike to be expected to conform to civilized behavior. This is why you have the affluent white female libs, awfuls, defending extra rights for male perverts, gang members, and psychopaths. Imagine if a lot of women there went into this ICE structure alone without any security. What might happen there? They'll never find out because they have security. Meanwhile, it's American men, mothers, and wives who have said enough. Americans are generally pretty laid back until they're not, and then they've had enough. You elected Trump. The adults enter the room. These are children. This is a tantrum. They expect us to respect that. We won't.
Yeah.
Katie, you talk about violence. I'm old enough to remember when police officers around the country were being assassinated. 5 in Dallas at a mostly peaceful protest. And now you have Democrat members of Congress going on there. I was assaulted. I mean, they looked real assaulted to me. I mean, roughed up grandma there.
It's a show. And again, what are the Democrats' priorities? So the mayor of Newark oversees a city that right now has a huge problem with their airport. It's an international hub. He's not dealing with that problem. It's a city that has a higher than usual crime rate compared to the national average. And what is he doing? He's showing up at a federal facility, trespassing, breaking in, and getting arrested for show. And then the congressmen and women who are there with him go out to the cameras and claim that they're assaulted. Well, it's not assault when you break in to federal property, and it is a federal crime to trespass without permission. And I think if you look at the way that certain people have been prosecuted for trespassing on federal property, and Democrats continue to say the law is the law, that maybe they should be prosecuted in the same way as the insurrectionists. Exactly.
Harold.
Exactly.
Harold, I could hear your voice reading this topic saying, I think political violence on both sides should be condemned. Like, 'cause I know who you are and I know where you think you're a very level-headed guy.
You should be there too. If you, I mean, that's
but
not,
I don't
I'm
want
proud
to give
of
you
that.
that. I don't want to give you that softball. You are a Democrat, and you hear Jasmine Crockett kind of just punt the responsibility. And so whatever you think is happening on the right or isn't happening on the right, the left probably should take a stand against not just what we saw at the ICE facility, but what we're seeing in these protests on college campuses. And honestly, if words are hurtful the way the left would say, they're saying they're being very violent.
You finished?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a believer in bringing people together. And for the life of me, I don't think you can laugh. I think there's a dearth.
I've been to his hot tub parties.
I think there's a dearth of that. When you see violence in politics, the instinct shouldn't be to say, they do it more than we do.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's done 90% by Democrats and 10% by Republicans or vice versa. I don't have a thing in front of me to tell you. I do know the country. We have a history in our country, and some of it is a proud history of having hard, contentious conversations about really, really almost intractable issues, some of them which still afflict us today as we try to solve them. And sometimes it turns into silliness. It turns like I don't agree. When federal officials tell you shouldn't do something, you shouldn't do it. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. I give you no leniency because of your political leanings. Two, you said it well, Katie. In New Jersey, it's not just in New Jersey, it's in a lot of places. There's an air traffic control issue. That's where every politician, whether you're a Republican or Democrat, should be trying their hardest to fight.
Yeah.
You have people that can't pay their rent, can't pay their mortgage. You have small business people worried about how to set prices. Whether they have to fire people, whether or not they're going to have inventory in their stores. That's where the focus should be. So violence should be condemned regardless of who commits it. And I don't know if one party's committed more of it than not in our almost 250-year history. But I know one thing. Hard, tough, political, contentious conversations are fine as long as our aim is to try to solve things. But this is not. Whether it's January 6th, whether it's this, whether it's any of the other examples that we talk about here today, the focus should be on bringing people together and solving problems. And that may sound corny, but I don't mind being corny
Can I
today.
say one more thing just about the people they're defending in this ICE facility? There are people in there who have actually assaulted people, people who have actually committed sexual assault, other kinds of violence against American citizens. And the Democrats who stormed and breached the premises are trying to protect them.
They should let them in and let them hang with them for a few hours.
Yeah,
Rosanna, it's not just this ICE facility. I just not far from here, Brooklyn University had, I guess protesters thought they were going to make an encampment, and the university said, no, we're not having that. They call in NYPD. They say, come in and clean this out. They do. Protesters get violent. Next thing you know, they're claiming that they're being assaulted, and all the police are doing is exactly what their job is. Is this leaning towards another anti-police movement? Because that's what's going to happen. They're going to get violent in these protests. We're seeing it, Antifa, that kind of thing. Now it's the Antifada.
It seems like the police, especially in New York City, have been very measured in dealing with these campus protests, whether it's at Columbia University or Brooklyn, where it happened just a few days ago. And by the way, some of those protesters defacing property all over the place and encouraging, a little bit of aggression. They want to see something happen. With the Newark mayor being arrested today, I keep thinking about New York City's mayor, right? And the mayor of Newark and how different they are. So the mayor of Newark storms a federal facility knowing full well he probably will get arrested.
Hoping so.
Hoping to get arrested because he wants to have some kind of stance on the migrant situation. We have the mayor of New York City who basically got arrested, he said, because he went to Washington and shamed at the time President Biden for his stance on how he was handling the migrant situation in New York City. In fact, Mayor Adams is in D.C. today talking to President Trump, and I'm sure the migrant situation is on their agenda.
Well, here's the hoping that everyone that is considering political violence doesn't.
But understand, they have every right to go there. They were not
They
allowed
can't
to go in.
break
The oversight function of the Democrats and Republicans in Congress is something
That's different than breaking in.
No, then they should have been arrested. You should be held accountable if you committed. I agree with you wholeheartedly. But they have every right to try to
DHS said they give them a tour. They didn't do that.
The problem
and
is
they were wrong.
There is going to be no accountability. They're going to raise money off getting arrested, and then no charges. They're going to be set free, and they're going to win.
So we have some new information from DHS regarding this incident that we've been watching. I know this is sort of a static shot here of these few folks on the other side of this fence, but we want to fill you in on what has been happening in Newark, New Jersey. DHS says, quote, a group of protesters, including 2 members of Congress, stormed the gate and broke into the ICE detention facility. The members, Robert Menendez Jr. and Bonnie Watson Coleman, and multiple protesters are holed up in a guard shack area, the first security checkpoint. Interim U.S. Attorney Alina Habba for the District of New Jersey posting on X that Newark's Democrat Mayor Ras Baraka was there and, quote, committed trespass. Here he is talking about the facility earlier in the week.
We know what ICE has done in the past. We've seen them. We know how they operate. We know that they have picked people up who have not broken any laws. We know they've deported people and refused to bring them back.
So joining me now by phone, Republican New Jersey Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Congressman, good to have you with us. What is your understanding of what happened here and what's going on?
Well, I don't know that any of us totally understand what happened there. It's not understandable. It's people who are supposed to be writing the laws, abiding by the laws, believe in the rule of law, and they are breaking the law. And what's really disturbing that this happened in New Jersey, in the state that is a sanctuary state declared by the governor, where we've spent money on God knows what, on clothing, housing, feeding, transporting, and everything else with illegals. Now we don't want to send those illegals back to where they belong, that have been indicted or convicted at their country of origin or in the United States. We don't need that here in America, and we don't need it here in New Jersey. These folks who were there, especially the members of Congress, and I'm always reluctant to criticize my colleagues, but this is terrible. They don't have their finger on the pulse of what real hardworking Americans are thinking. You know what, Martha? Most people right now in New Jersey are breaking their ass, trying to make a living, doing the best they can to pay their mortgage. There are very high taxes in the state of New Jersey, and they're sick and tired of this.
Do you have any indication? We know that Alina Habba, the interim attorney of New Jersey, she says that the mayor of Newark, Baraka, committed trespass. Do you have any idea if he's in custody or he was arrested? We're trying to get some clarity on that.
I know, and to the best of my knowledge, he is not in custody, but that, things are breaking and changing as we speak, so I don't know that for sure. But here is someone in the executive branch of local government, a mayor of our largest city in the state of New Jersey, willing to break the law that he is supposed to have enforced. And that is such a disturbing picture. That is just unacceptable. So, and Alina Habba is doing a great job, and she's a great U.S. attorney, interim right now. I'm hopeful she will be our permanent U.S. attorney in the state of New Jersey. So she needs to do what she needs to do in order to ensure that we abide by the rule of law. This is America. We're a nation of laws, and we believe in the rule of law. And I can't tell you how profoundly disturbed I am that, there are those folks who should be actually enhancing the enforcement of the law who are purposely breaking it, making America weaker, New Jersey weaker. It's a bad thing.
Congressman, let me ask you this. So this Delaney Hall, we covered this a little bit with the U.S. Attorney Haba last week. But do you know what this building is and how they want to use it and who they were bringing in on this bus?
Well, what they have focused on, as you know as well, Martha, is anyone particularly who has committed crimes, is a member of a gang, has done something that's wrong. They're not just going, first of all, legal immigrants, not illegal, legal immigrants, contrary to what the other side said, are not being deported. And when people say that, they're not telling the truth, number one. Secondly, the main focus is entirely on people who are on a terror watch list, are members of gangs, have committed violence, are involved with drugs, and quite frankly, are doing real bad stuff in the United States of America. This was to be a detention area because there's plenty of them in New Jersey to hold them there, and there was a great deal of resistance from the mayor and from the governor and from others and some of our members of Congress in New Jersey.
Yeah.
This is, whether you agree, whether they agree or not with the law, it is the law. And that's the problem we have here.
The local New Jersey station, New Jersey 12, is reporting that they have a photo of Baraka, according to them, being put in handcuffs following a verbal altercation with federal officials at this facility. And Alina Haba has posted, the U.S. Attorney in New Jersey, the mayor of Newark, Ras Baraka, committed trespass, ignored multiple warnings from Homeland Security investigations to remove himself from the ICE detention center in Newark, New Jersey this afternoon. He has willingly chosen to disregard the law, and she says this will not stand. So, Congressman, this is a part of Newark. I'm familiar with this area, and there's a lot of companies in this area, a lot of businesses that employ a lot of people. This Delaney Hall facility, I believe, was reopened for this purpose just recently. Talk to us about crime, about the pressures on people of New Jersey, what they're dealing with, and, how they might be feeling about their elected officials getting in the way of this process.
I think the vast majority of New Jerseyans across the state are profoundly disturbed by this. And for so many reasons. As I alluded to first when we started talking about this, we have spent money in New Jersey, and despite what they say, yes, we are. It was declared. You can look it up. You can Google it, for God's sake. We're a sanctuary state. That means that they've declared they won't comply or work with federal authorities. That's breaking the law, number one. Number two, all the money we've spent, Martha, in New Jersey on all of the stuff, again, on housing them, on transporting them, on feeding them, on all the different things, on issuing cards, debit cards to them in some cases. People are working hard in New Jersey. A lot of folks are working multiple jobs. It's a very high tax state. Mm-hmm. It's a very expensive state to live in. And on top of it, terrible energy policy in New Jersey. So as you know, our energy rates in the state of New Jersey are skyrocketing. That's what our mayor should be worried about. That's what the members of Congress should be worried about, making life livable and affordable for New Jerseyans.
Well, the New York Post reporting that the Newark mayor tried to shut down this ICE detention center and claims that it doesn't have a permit to operate. That's sort of his way of getting at this and trying to intervene, saying that inspectors weren't allowed in and therefore the facility is not adequate. But then you see people with huge banners outside, ICE out of New Jersey, which may be pointing to the larger issue here. Jeff Van Drew, Congressman, thank you very much. Good to have you with us on this breaking news this afternoon.
Good to be with you.
Thank you, sir.
The fear of individuals just going about their lives in the streets. We came here to see the conditions inside, and those conditions aren't bad. We don't know that everyone who is inside belongs there, but we knew that people are okay, they're safe, it's clean, they're feeding them. ICE is out of control. ICE thinks it can intimidate all of us, and it cannot intimidate any of us. And we, the people, will make sure that this administration adheres to the rules that separate us from dictatorships in other third world countries. And I've spoken much too long. Let me turn this over to LaMonica. I guess because I'm the oldest and I'm the angriest.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Bonnie Watson Coleman. First of all, I want to start by thanking my colleagues for being here with me today, both Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman and, of course, Congressman Rob Menendez for being here. Look, we came here simply to perform our oversight duties. That is why we came here. There is a law that says that we are able to do that as members of Congress, and that is what we got here to do. As soon as we got here, we were met with opposition. People were telling us that they're getting a supervisor, that they're going to get someone to come talk with us. We waited and waited. Finally, we went past the gate, and then we had to wait longer. We actually waited over 2 hours to get into this facility just to do a simple oversight visit. They say nothing is wrong with the prison, with this detention center, that we can get in here, that everything, they're following orders. But once again, they delayed us from getting in here to see this facility. We waited in the waiting area for a very long time, talked to many staff members, talked to the warden of this location, and literally still waiting for ICE officials to get here. What all of you watch occurred is just how reckless ICE is. It is unacceptable that me as a member of Congress, as a Black woman here in this city, was just assaulted by multiple ICE officers while regional directors of ICE watched it happen. Since we toured the whole facility with them, no one offered an apology or said anything to me about what occurred out here. Not only was I assaulted, but Congressman Bonnie Watson was assaulted, and of course Congressman Rob Menendez was roughed up as he was trying to protect us. It makes no sense, and it is highly unacceptable how this administration is trying to restrict Congress from doing their bare duties and the responsibilities that the people have elected us to do. What we just witnessed was just disgusting. I am very upset. I am very angry, and I am very hurt that they could be able to do something like that to us. These are people who are supposed to be officers, who are supposed to protect us, and they have done none of that. If they can treat 3 members of Congress like that, just imagine how they can treat people on the street each and every day, both undocumented and people who are citizens here in this country. It makes absolutely no sense to arrest the mayor of the largest city of this state who did nothing wrong. He went inside of the gate and told them that he was waiting for us to come out because we were conducting an oversight visit. They asked him to leave. He left out of the gate. Instead of the ICE officials that were here, who were supposed to be here to lead us on a tour, they then came out to have a huddle to talk about how the mayor was inside and that he should be arrested still because he was inside. They then came back out after the mayor was out here with you all, some of you out here. They then left us still. We're waiting for a visit to come back out here and arrest the mayor who had already left off of their property from behind the gate. What we see here is despicable, and we should all be angry. This is unacceptable, and we should not allow this to be happening. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Rob Menendez.
I can't begin to describe what happened here today. It started as part of our core functions as members of Congress to conduct oversight of ICE and privately run detention centers, where we waited patiently for over an hour and a half. Just waited to do what we've done together at Elizabeth Detention Center. We waited. And then we only saw action taking place outside where we were waiting, not knowing what was happening. We walked out to see what was going on. We saw Mayor Baraka out here by himself, mayor of the largest city in New Jersey, waiting for us to come back. ICE brought to meet the mayor of Newark over 20 armed individuals. 20 armed individuals to confront the mayor of Newark, along with 3 members of Congress. It was an act of intimidation. It was an act of intimidation, not just to the mayor, not just to us, but to everyone watching. We know what ICE has been doing in our communities. We know that the president lied and this administration lies every day when they're saying they're going after criminals. It is not true. They feel no weight of the law. They feel no restraint on what they should be doing. And that was shown in broad daylight today when they not just arrested the mayor of Newark, but when they put their hands on 2 members of Congress who are standing behind me. How is this acceptable to anyone in this country? How is this acceptable? I fight along with these 2 incredible women every day for the people of New Jersey. We fight for the country that we should be. What we saw today is the country that we live in under Donald Trump and his Department of Homeland Security, under his ICE, does not reflect who we are as a country. It reflects everything wrong with the moment that we're in. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable and should shake every American to the core, to their core, to our collective core, that this happened today here in the city of Newark, the most inclusive city in New Jersey, with the mayor who represents the city, with the congresswoman who represents the city, and with Bonnie Watson Coleman, who's fought for the people of New Jersey her entire distinguished career. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. And it should be unacceptable to every single person that's watching today. This will not be the end of it. It will not be the end of it when we leave here. It will not be the end of it when we go find Mayor Baraka. It will not be the end of it when we go home tonight. The fight continues. It will continue until we correct the course that we are on.
We are going to leave here and we are going to where they are holding the mayor.
Okay, I think we've heard from all of them. A very emotional Robert Menendez Jr. And there were descriptions of assault that happened to these 3 individuals. At the moment, they appeared to be okay as they were railing against this ICE detention facility and their treatment there.
Let's get the very latest from Eric Shawn, who's been following it all. Eric.
Yeah, well, a very tense situation this afternoon at Delaney Hall in Newark, New Jersey, as we have been reporting. ICE claims of the Department of Homeland Security that the 2 members of Congress broke in, rushing into the facility you see there when that gate opened up. A van drove in during a protest. That's when they say the 2 members of Congress rushed in, first stayed in a guard shack, but now they are out. But this has all occurred as the mayor of Newark, who is an opponent of the facility, Ras Baraka, has been arrested for trespassing. The DHS officials tell Fox News that during that demonstration, the 2 members of Congress were Congressman Robert Menendez Jr., son of the disgraced former senator, who was convicted of corruption and then resigned, and Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman. In a statement, DHS says the members of Congress storming into the detention center goes beyond bizarre political stunts and put the safety of our law enforcement agents and the detainees at risk. Members of Congress, it says, are not above the law and cannot illegally break into detention facilities. Had these members requested a tour, we would have facilitated a tour of the facility. It is an evolving situation. Well, Congressman Coleman has come out, and she said that they were roughed up inside along with the mayor. She blasted ICE and the Trump administration as violating the law. Meanwhile, interim U.S. Attorney for Newark, Alina Habba, just told Fox News that the officials were not harmed. She calls this a political stunt and political grandstanding. Newark Mayor Ras Baraka, he's been trying to shut this place down, claiming the city is not giving it a permit because it failed fire inspections. Here he is on Monday saying the problem is the Trump administration and the ICE actions against some of these detainees and the Trump policy dealing with illegal immigration. Here's the mayor.
These people are dangerous, dangerous to our community, dangerous to democracy as a whole, dangerous to the Constitution of the United States, and everybody should be as alarmed as we are.
Well, we're told that the mayor has now been taken to, or is being taken to a federal facility. Some of the protesters, members of Congress, are going to where the mayor is now being held. He was apparently handcuffed during his arrest for trespassing. The facility, by the way, had been closed for a long time. It is operated by a private company. It has reopened the past few months, and it is being expanded to house about 1,000 beds, certainly a center of controversy in the sanctuary city and sanctuary state of New Jersey. Well, back to you.
All right, thank you for the latest, Eric. Excellent reporting. While we're listening to you, Eric, we see video on our screen, relatively tame video of what's happening, Eric. I would love to ask you a question because there's video circulating as well online that shows a much more physical confrontation. And I'm curious if you have any color on exactly what went down there. The mayor has been arrested, to your point. We see what looks like aggressive action outside the gates with a crowd around many of these elected members. And there is no doubt there's pushing, there's shoving. It is physical.
Well, you know, emotions, Will, on this issue are running very high, especially in the dense northeast cities in which many illegal or undocumented migrants and immigrants live. So you have that element here who have been out protesting the policies of the Trump administration. So you have a mixture. You've got high emotions outside. You have the representatives trying to represent their constituents. They go inside. And Alina Habba told Fox News just in the last hour that Mayor Ras Baraka was asked multiple times to leave the facility, and he did not. That's why he was arrested. It's also important to note that he is part of the he's running for the Democratic nomination for governor. So some critics think politics may have a part in all this too.
Yeah, Lord. ICE facility is the next thing for the Democrat to start storming into and saying, you know what, we're not going to take your deportation mandate, okay? We're going to fight you physically if we have to, allegedly, like what we saw in the video. But moving forward, the OG, the 45th and the 47th in the Oval Office.
We have some executive orders that we're going to be signing right now that are very important. They're actually very important, and from the standpoint of lifestyle, they're very important. So I'd ask Will to maybe explain them, and we'll ask some of our congressmen and senators to say a few words, please.
Yes, Mr. President. As you said, we have 4 bills for your attention today. These are bills that have been passed by Congress. In the closing days of the Biden administration, they pushed through a large number of rules and regulations that really hurt ordinary Americans, including in their own homes. So the first of these is HJR 20. This is a bill that repeals Biden-era regulations relating to consumer water heaters, consumer gas-fired water heaters.
Who was in charge of this one?
This is Gary and myself, sir. Gary Palmer sponsored it, but this bill specifically saves a factory in my district. 300 Georgians will continue to have their jobs as soon as you sign that.
Mr. President, this rule was issued on Christmas Eve, thinking that we wouldn't be keeping up with what the Biden administration was doing, but we moved quickly to get this bill.
And this was on gas heaters.
Banning natural gas.
Isn't that
tankless
ridiculous?
water heaters.
And how were you supposed to get your heat then? Through electric? That's through electric. Yeah. Was that basically it? Electric heat, which isn't as good. Crazy. You, Gary, hold that up. Brian, hold that up. You guys were great.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No sense, just no sense. But in addition to that, you have a lot of workers that lose their job, right?
Yes, sir. 300 workers
Crazy.
saved because of you.
Good, thank you. It's an honor. There's the Golden Dome, by the way, if you're interested. There's the Golden Dome. It'll save all your lives someday, maybe. Okay, good. Thanks, Brian. You hold it up.
Yes, sir. Next, Mr. President, we have House Joint Resolution 24. This is the same basic idea, but this relates to walk-in coolers and freezers and other refrigeration devices. Again, last-minute Biden-era regulation that hits ordinary Americans hard.
And what do they do?
They put
increase
in.
The energy efficiency requirements for walk-ins, coolers, and freezers, and therefore putting an undue burden on businesses across the country. Everything from restaurants to pharmacies, hospitals were all
to a point where it didn't
impacted.
work. In other words, they made the restrictions so strong that it didn't work.
And it was going to cost them so much money to actually meet the energy efficiency standards, which didn't really save much money. So this is going to actually help our small businesses across the country, Mr. President. Many manufacturers would have had to stop lines, shut down entire lines of
businesses. And I just want to say, rescinding these, this was done days before you took office. They pushed through these regulations. They didn't think about the cost to businesses. They didn't put American interests first. They didn't put American businesses first. I am so grateful we finally have a president who's not only walking back these insane, burdensome regulations that are ultimately going to cost us Americans and American businesses, but that you are thinking about the next generation. And as we're leading into Mother's Day, some of us are trying to parent and serve this country at the same time. Thank you for welcoming my son, who is 15, with his mother serving, watching what we're doing for him and generations to come. You are making this country stronger for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Right? Take care of your mom. Okay. That. You want to hold that up there? So
Thank you.
That's a big one, isn't it, huh? Common sense. It's all about common sense, right? Okay, Will, go ahead.
Next, sir, this is House Joint Resolution 42. Again, this is a rescission of a Biden-era regulation, in this case relating to energy conservation standards for household appliances and certain consumer products.
Yeah.
That's a good one. I know who's over there. I know who did this. Explain that, please.
Sure. Look, this is helping fight inflation because the cost of the burden on appliance manufacturers is going to drive up the cost of them producing household products, which means that when you go buy a washer, dryer, any appliance, it was going to drive up the cost for consumers. It reduces consumer choice. But in the bottom line, we've been trying to fight inflation. This fights inflation. This takes the cost out of producing these products that Americans need every day. And when you add all this up, it's one regulation here, one regulation there. They always say it's de minimis, but when you add it all up, it costs a lot to American consumers, and this is fighting back.
And it's not as good.
And it's not as good.
Not nearly as good, not nearly as efficient, and more costly. Other than that, it's wonderful.
Thank you.
Great job. Thank you very much. Great. Fantastic. Okay.
And lastly, sir, we have House Joint Resolution 75. Again, this is a rescission of a Biden-era regulation, in this case relating to energy standards for commercial refrigerators, freezers, and refrigerator freezers.
Do you have the sink one in here? The sinks and shower heads?
We have an executive order on that coming for you later, sir. Yes,
That's
sir.
coming when?
Later this afternoon.
Okay, good. You going to be around later this afternoon? Good. Sinks and shower heads, where you buy a home and you have a new shower head and you don't get any water. The water doesn't come out of the sink. The water comes out of nowhere. What a shame. What a ridiculous waste. Okay, let me do this. Come here. Who's responsible for this, Will?
This is mine, Mr. President.
Oh, good man
yes,
here.
Sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to discuss that?
Yes, sir. This was a government regulation that we have now repealed. Thank you very much, Mr. President. That now saves the American taxpayer. I was getting ready to say the Texas taxpayer, them too, but the American taxpayer, because who would have ultimately paid the price on a government mandate and a government regulation? The people of America. So you've just saved the American taxpayer money. So thank you very much.
That's fantastic. Thank you. It's a great job. Okay, any questions?
Mr. President, the airline said today that the 10% baseline tariff on all countries is here to stay, even after the deals are done. Does that mean that countries offering zero tariffs won't get reciprocity?
You are going to always have a baseline. I mean, there could be an exception at some point. We'll see. Somebody does something exceptional for us. That's always possible. But basically, you have a baseline of a minimum of 10%. And some of them will be much higher, 40%, 50%, 60%, as they've been doing to us over the years. We had a wonderful deal yesterday. We have 4 or 5 other deals coming immediately. We have many deals coming down the line, and ultimately we're just signing the rest of them in. But we always have a baseline of 10%.
And then specifically on the possibility of an increase in taxes on wealthier Americans, what do you say to conservative Republicans who argue that this is an increase on small business owners?
Well, what we're doing is we're actually, if we ever did that, it would only be, and from what I hear, people would love to do it, rich people. I would love to do it, frankly, but what we'll do is that, they'll go around saying, oh, this is so terrible. Would you do it? is you're giving up something up top in order to make people in the middle income and the lower income brackets save more. So it's really a redistribution. And I'm willing to do it if they want. I would love to be able to give people in a lower bracket a big break by giving up some of what I have. But I'll tell you, a lot of people say don't do it because of the fact that you have the Bush statement about read my lips. But he lost because of Ross Perot. He didn't lose because of that statement.
And then on the salt.
But I don't think they're going to be doing it. But I actually think it's good politics to do it where richer people give up. And it's a very small, it's like a point. But they give it up to benefit people on a lower income.
And then on the SALT tax credits, Mr. President, there are some Republicans who say, why is it that these 45 other states should be paying taxes to alleviate the tax burden of New York? Or
it's only because those states are behind, very badly behind, and those people were affected very badly. And you know, the sad part is oftentimes they were affected badly because you had bad management in those states, like in California with Newsom and, you know, people. So you had some bad management. But that's being worked on now, and they may do a piece one way or the other. It's a very complex issue, but I think it's being worked out. I think it's going to be worked. It has not been settled yet, but they'll settle it up pretty quickly.
Mr. President, can we ask what parameters have you given Scott Bessent on negotiating with China this weekend?
We have to make a great deal for America.
Are you going to be disappointed if he comes back without a deal?
No, not at all, because we already made a great deal. We're not doing business with China right now.
Given your relationship with
we lost $1 trillion last year with China, $1 trillion. So if you're not going to do business with them, you're not going to lose $1 trillion. But we lost. I want China to do great. You know, I'm very friendly with President Xi. I have great respect for him and for China, but we can't continue to allow them to do what they did. When I was president, they paid hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and taxes. And then Biden screwed it all up. What he did to this country between the border and between all of the other problems, the wars, everything, what he did to this country should never be forgotten. But one of the things he did is the trade was so bad and so imbalanced. So I think we're going to come back with a fair deal for both China and us.
Have you given Bessent a number of how low you're willing to go?
Yeah, I am.
Are you willing to share that number?
No, 80%. But I put out a number today, 80%, so we'll see how that all works out.
Mr. President, the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv is warning right now about possible Russian significant attack on Kyiv. What's your message for Putin?
I have a message for both parties. Get this war ended. We're losing 5,000 soldiers a week, Russian and Ukrainian soldiers, and other people also, by the way. And I say, get this stupid war finished. That's my message for both of them. Thank you very much. We'll see you later.
Thank you, Press. We're heading out. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Right out through there. Thank you.
He just came in to say hello.
You guys, what did you discuss?
Almost nothing. He came in to say hello. It was very nice, and I think he came in to thank me, frankly. I mean, I would say the primary reason, but he was very nice. He's a nice man, but I think he actually came in to thank me.
Is he complying with ICE like you'd like to see?
You'd have to ask Tom Homan.
Mr. President,
do you have a reaction to Bill Gates' comments yesterday that the cuts in USAID will lead to millions of deaths of children around the world?
I don't know anything about his comments.
Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. All right, Caroline Levitt. Caroline Levitt had press conference yesterday. We're gonna check that out, and then we're gonna check out. Okay, before we do that, let's go on ahead and check this out.
Today, I signed an executive order to launch the first ever self-deportation program for illegal aliens. We are making it as easy as possible for illegal aliens to leave America. Any illegal alien can simply show up at an airport and receive a free flight out of our country. We have also launched a phone app called CBP Home. That's CBP Home, where illegals can book a free flight to any foreign country. As long as it's not here, you can go anywhere you want. We're also adding a very important exit bonus for illegals to further incentivize their self-deportation. This deportation bonus will save American taxpayers billions and billions of dollars. What Biden did to this country can never be explained, will never, ever be accepted. Eventually, when the illegals are gone, it will save us trillions of dollars. However, if illegal aliens choose to remain in America, they're remaining illegally, and they will face severe consequences. Illegal aliens who stay in America face punishments including significant jail time, enormous financial penalties, confiscation of all property, garnishment of all wages, imprisonment and incarceration, and sudden deportation in a place and manner solely of our discretion. So to all illegal aliens, book your free flight right now. We want you out of America, but if you're really good, we're going to try and help you get back in. Thank you.
OG status, ladies and gentlemen. OG status. So now, if you are an illegal alien, you can just go to the airport and say, yo, I'm here illegally. I want to go back to Greece. I want to go to Paris. Or I want to go to Denmark. Or I want to go to Australia or Switzerland. Wherever you want to go, just go to the airport. As long as it's not the United States, you can go to those countries, especially if you have ties to those countries. But this is genius move, man. All right, Caroline Levitt. Caroline Levitt is definitely, she's been doing a great job for sure, being the youngest press secretary. She's done a great job.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see all of you. Happy Friday. The president looks forward to embarking on his historic return to the Middle East, visiting Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates next week, where he will focus on strengthening ties between our nations. 8 years ago, President Trump's first trip was to this same region of the world, where he introduced his bold peace through strength foreign policy strategy. On that trip, the president laid out his goal of eradicating terrorism and extremism in the region, which he successfully accomplished over the course of his administration with the total defeat of ISIS and the historic signing of the Abraham Accords. Now, 8 years later, President Trump will return to re-emphasize his continued vision for a proud, prosperous, and successful Middle East, where the United States and Middle Eastern nations are in cooperative relationships, and where extremism is defeated in place of commerce and cultural exchanges. This trip ultimately highlights how we stand on the brink of the golden age for both America and the Middle East, united by a shared vision of stability, opportunity, and mutual respect. The president greatly looks forward to visiting with our brave men and women in uniform at our U.S. Air Base in Qatar throughout this trip. Yesterday, President Trump demonstrated the art of the deal and secured a historic trade agreement, despite all of the naysayers who said no deals were coming. That, of course, turned out to be untrue. On the 80th anniversary of Victory Day for World War II, President Trump announced a great deal that provides American companies unprecedented access to the UK markets while bolstering U.S. national security. This trade deal will massively expand U.S. market access in the United Kingdom, creating a $5 billion opportunity for new exports for U.S. farmers, ranchers, and producers. This includes more than $700 billion in ethanol exports and $250 million in other agricultural products like good old American beef. The deal commits the United States and United Kingdom to work together to enhance industrial and agricultural market access and strengthens American competitiveness. Importantly, the deal also ensures streamlined customs procedures for U.S. exports. The UK will also be purchasing $10 billion of American-made Boeing planes as part of the deal. A trade agreement like this between the United States and the United Kingdom was being worked on for many years, but continued to prove elusive. But because of President Trump's bold negotiating approach, he got it done. All of this happened because of President Trump's implementation of powerful tariffs to end the era of economic surrender and rebalance America's trading agreements. American workers and companies are the best in the world, and they finally have a president who has their backs, fights for them, and delivers good deals that puts them first. This is just the first of many trade deals to come. Get ready for more historic deals and our country to boom like never before. On that note, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Ambassador Jameson Greer will meet with the lead representatives on economic matters from the People's Republic of China over the weekend in Switzerland. As President Trump has said, the United States and China have been talking for some time over the course of the administration, and now teams from both countries will meet in person to continue discussions. You can be certain that President Trump and his trade team will ensure we work to achieve the best deal possible for America. In other news, the Trump administration just announced a new incentive for illegal aliens living in the United States to self-deport. Eligible illegal aliens who now use the CBP Home app to self-deport will receive a clear, safe way to leave the United States. Their plane tickets home may be paid for, and they will receive a $1,000 stipend once we have confirmation that they have left our country. This new feature will allow illegal aliens to have a planned departure out of the country and to leave as soon as possible in a dignified way. If illegal aliens make the right decision here and submit their intent to depart through the CBP Home app and pass extensive vetting, they will be temporarily deprioritized for ICE detention and enforcement action before their scheduled departure. And leaving voluntarily in this matter may improve their legal immigration options in the future. This initiative will also save massive amounts of money for American taxpayers. Voluntary departures are much more cost-effective than traditional removals. By deploying the CBP Home app in this new way, President Trump is aiming to reduce the need for costly arrests, detentions, and court proceedings. Currently, the average cost of traditional removal is more than $17,000 per illegal alien. Our projections estimate that the use of the CBP Home app will massively reduce that financial burden by approximately 70%, so taxpayer dollars can be redirected and our brave immigration law enforcement officers can focus on removing the most violent illegal aliens hiding in our communities. Finally, it was announced this morning that First Lady Melania Trump secured a $25 million investment in President Trump's budget to provide housing and support for youth transitioning out of foster care. And in recognition of the 7th anniversary of Mrs. Trump's Be Best initiative, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development allocated funds toward the agency Foster Youth to Independence program. Yesterday, Mrs. Trump hosted a special celebration of military mothers with the president, bringing together 150 military moms from around the country to recognize their service, not just in their home, but for our country. For those of you who were there at the events yesterday like I did, I have no doubt you will join me in recognizing how truly special those moments were. So let's get to questions. Here in our new media seat today is Andrew Egger, the White House correspondent for The Bulwark. The Bulwark is a new media company launched in 2019 with hundreds of thousands of readers on Substack and more than 1 million subscribers on YouTube. Andrew, please kick us off. And thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Caroline. The president posted another ad this week for his Trump meme coin. The group that's running that coin is encouraging people to buy in order to win a dinner this month with the president. Why is the president planning to attend a dinner for the top investors in his coin?
Look, the president is abiding by all conflict of interest laws. The president has been incredibly transparent with his own personal financial obligations throughout the years. The president is a successful businessman, and I think, frankly, it's one of the many reasons that people reelected him back to this office.
There are at least some people who are buying this coin who seem to view it as an opportunity to influence the president's views. There was a logistics company this week that said they would buy $20 million in the coin in order to advocate for free trade between the U.S. and Mexico. If buyers are buying for that reason, are they wasting their money?
Look, I can assure you the president acts with only the interests of the American public in mind, putting our country first and doing what's best for our country, full stop. That's his intention, and that's what he's focused on. Kristen, good to see you here today. Welcome back.
Thank you. Glad to be back. So on those China talks, what does President Trump expect to come out of those talks? And is he going to be disappointed if his team can't secure a deal?
Well, look, the president is very confident in his Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, and of course, Ambassador Jameson Greer, who has played an instrumental role in all of these trade negotiations as well. I think yesterday's success, the announcement of a trade deal with the United Kingdom, is a great first step. Again, many said in this room it couldn't be done. Now we are moving forward with many other countries. We're talking to dozens of our trading partners around the world. But of course, China is a major country, a major player in this space. And the president has said, and he's right, China needs the United States of America. They need our markets. They need our consumer base. And Secretary Bessent knows that he's going to Switzerland this weekend with the full support and confidence and trust of the president here at home. Jack.
Thanks very much, Caroline. Two questions. First, can you give us an update on U.S. efforts to mediate or have an impact on the conflict between India and Pakistan?
Sure, I absolutely can. This is something that the Secretary of State and, of course, now our National Security Advisor as well, Marco Rubio, has been very much involved in. The President has expressed he wants to see this de-escalate as quickly as possible. He understands these are two countries that have been at odds with one another for decades, long before President Trump was here in the Oval Office. However, he has good relationships with the leaders of both countries, and the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, I spoke to him just yesterday. He has been in constant communication with the leaders of both countries, trying to bring this conflict to an end.
Just one other question. Yesterday, we saw the news of the new Pope. Before Pope Leo became Pope Leo, there were some critical comments that he made about President Trump and about Vice President Vance on his then X account. Does the White House have any reaction to those comments?
The President made his reaction to Pope Leo's announcement yesterday very clear. He is very proud to have an American Pope. I think it was a surprise to everyone. I saw the news media was surprised to report on that yesterday, but it's a great thing for the United States of America and for the world, and we are praying for him.
Thanks, Caroline. The President has been pretty firm on keeping these 145% tariffs in place on Chinese imports. Today, via Truth Social, he said that he'd be possibly open to lowering those to 80%. Why the change, and how did the President land on 80?
The President still remains with his position that he is not going to unilaterally bring down tariffs on China. We need to see concessions from them as well. And again, that's part of the reason that Secretary Besson is going to talk to his Chinese counterparts this weekend to start those discussions in person. As for the 80% number, that was a number the President threw out there, and we'll see what happens this weekend. And always in the effort of transparency, I'm sure you'll hear directly from the Treasury Secretary or the President after those negotiations conclude. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Why did the White House announce this deal with the UK before all of the details were finished?
That's not true, actually. I saw the fact sheet. I saw the deal as well before the President brought all of you in the Oval Office in the effort of transparency. You had the President and the Prime Minister on the phone talking to all of you directly about how this was a great deal, a phenomenal deal, and discussions will continue. But as I spoke to our Ambassador Greer yesterday, this is how trade deals work. You set an initial agreement, you set the framework, you set up the deal, and then of course, T's have to be crossed and I's have to be dotted, but this deal is a good deal, and the numbers are determined, and all of the market access that I just discussed will remain.
Does that mean that the 10% baseline is going to still be there at the end when all of the other details are ironed out?
The President is committed to the 10% baseline tariff, not just for the United Kingdom, but for his trade negotiations with all other countries as well.
Permanently, even after the deals are done, like that is going to remain?
The President is determined to continue with that 10% baseline tariff. I just spoke to him about it earlier. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I'd like to ask about New York and about a personnel matter. On New York, the mayor, Eric Adams, is here today. Could you tell us anything more about the visit, who initiated it, what they're talking about? And also, is there any comment from the White House on the air traffic control issues in Newark?
All I will say on Mayor Eric Adams is that he requested a meeting with the President, and the President was willing to take it. If the President wishes to discuss his private meeting afterwards, I will let him do that himself. Yes, I'm glad you asked about the FAA. There was a glitch in the system this morning, especially at Newark Airport. As you all know, I spoke to the Department of Transportation. That glitch was caused by the same telecoms and software issues that were raised last week. Everything went back online after the brief outage, and there was no operational impact. DOT and the FAA are working to address this technical issue tonight to prevent further outages, as well as install new fiber from Newark Airport to Philadelphia. And the goal is to have the totality of this work done by the end of the summer. I want to add that this outage at Newark Airport speaks to why the Secretary of Transportation yesterday made a massive announcement in investing in our aviation safety and our telecom system. There's a 4-part infrastructure plan that was released by the Secretary of Transportation yesterday to improve communication, surveillance, automation, and their facilities. They want to replace the antiquated telecom systems with new fiber, wireless, and satellite technologies, replace more than 600 radars, which have gone way past their life cycle, and address runway safety. They want to build 6 new air traffic control centers for the first time since the 1960s and replace towers as well. They want to implement new modern hardware and software for all traffic facilities to create a common platform system throughout the towers. These are much needed changes. This is a very bold plan by the Department of Transportation. I think it's unfortunate that the previous administration sat on their hands and did nothing, but how grateful we are that we have a Department of Transportation and a secretary and a president who's willing to take bold action and change.
The personnel matter, Caroline, could I ask?
Thanks, Caroline. Just going back to India, Pakistan, can we expect President Trump to get in touch personally with the leaders of those countries to try and de-escalate this situation?
If and when that happens, we will certainly let you know. Natalie.
Thanks, Caroline. Sure. I have a question about the Middle East trip. Will any of the president's family members, like including Don Jr., Eric, or Jared Kushner, be joining him on the trip?
I am not tracking any of the president's family members joining us at this time, but of course, the first family is welcome to come. I hope they would. They're great people, great to be around, but I'm not tracking them on the manifest.
And given that you noted he is a successful businessman, do you know if the president has any plans to meet with any of the folks involved with any of the family businesses over there, or see any of the sites that are going to be
Not to my knowledge, and let me just get to the premise of your question that both of you have raised. I think it's frankly ridiculous that anyone in this room would even suggest that President Trump is doing anything for his own benefit. He left a life of luxury and a life of running a very successful real estate empire for public service, not just once, but twice. And again, the American public reelected him back to this White House because they trust he acts in the best interest of our country and putting the American public first. This is a president who has actually lost money for being president of the United States. I don't remember these same type of questions being asked of my predecessor about a career politician who was clearly profiting off of this office. That is not what President Trump does, and this White House holds ourselves to the highest of ethical standards. Phil.
Thank you. There's this Reuters report that the U.S. is in talks with Israel about an American-led post-war administration in Gaza. Is that accurate? Are these talks ongoing?
We are in constant communication and dialogue with our counterparts and our allies and friends in Israel. Ron Dermer was here at the White House yesterday meeting with members of President Trump's team. As for the situation in Gaza, the president and his entire national security team have made it very clear we want to see the hostages released from Gaza. That is a priority for this administration. As for what that looks like, and even moving beyond that, I'm not going to get into the details of plans that frankly may or may not have even been proposed, but I can emphasize what the president holds closest in his heart right now, and that's the release of all of the hostages in Gaza.
And then there's been some conservative pushback to some of these salt tax, the salt tax cap. For instance, Majority Leader Steve Scalise said that bringing back the state and local tax deduction would essentially mean, quote,
made them incredibly clear. No tax on tips for our hardworking service workers, no tax on Social Security for our well-deserving seniors who have worked their whole lives to pay into this system, no tax on overtime for hardworking Americans as well, and there's a plethora of other priorities the president wants to see in this bill. Anyone who opposes this bill will be opposing the largest tax cut in American history. They will be voting to raise taxes by the tune of $4 trillion on the middle class of this country, and we look forward to holding them accountable for that. Everyone on Capitol Hill on both sides of the aisle should be supportive of the president's tax priorities.
Follow up on that?
Go ahead. Sure. Go ahead, and then I'll go to your follow-up.
Thanks, Caroline. I want to follow up on the Truth Social post. So the president's saying 80% tariffs could come down. Just an announcement would be enough to lower those tariffs? Is that what he's looking for from the Chinese?
That's not what the president said. He said that an 80% number may sound good to him, but again, he's in constant contact with our Secretary of Treasury, who will be leading these negotiations this weekend.
And historically, the Chinese have made the meeting itself a win. What does a win look like out of these meetings for the president this weekend?
A good deal for the American worker and the American people. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Yeah, back to the reconciliation bill. Can you just clarify the president's position, though, a little bit specifically on the tax issue? Because in his Truth Social post, he said this morning that he would accept even a tiny tax increase for the rich, but then says Republicans probably shouldn't do it, but I'm okay if they do it. So what is it that he wants? Does he want them to increase the tax rates?
The president wants tax cuts, the largest tax cuts in history. He wants to extend his historic tax cuts from 2017, and he wants to see all of the other tax priorities priorities that I just laid out for you included in this bill as well. As for the policy proposal you're talking about, the president has said he himself personally would not mind paying a little bit more to help the poor and the middle class and the working class in this country. I think, frankly, that's a very honorable position. But again, these negotiations are ongoing on Capitol Hill, and the president will weigh in when he feels necessary.
Encourage them to have a higher bracket for top earners.
The president has made his personal position on this matter clear. Michael. The president's in constant communication with leaders on the Hill.
Ahead of the president's trip to the Middle East, he's mentioned he wants to rename the Persian Gulf the Gulf of Arabia. Iran is now saying that doing so will bring the wrath of all Iranians. Can you talk about the support that the Gulf of Arabia has in the region and why this is important to the president?
Well, first of all, the president has said he hasn't made a determination yet. That was in the news that you guys all asked him about it, and he said he wasn't quite sure. So he hasn't made a definitive decision on that yet.
And secondly, Caroline, the president has shown support for South African refugees that are coming to the United States next week. Can you talk about what these refugees are fleeing and why this is a priority for the administration?
Well, the president has actually signed an executive order on that matter. My office can get it back to you, Michael. But this group in South Africa has faced racial persecution. In fact, the government there has vowed to take away their farmland that they own. And so the president has talked significantly about this. As for further details on refugee claims and asylum claims, I would defer you to the State Department.
Can I follow up on that?
Go ahead. No, in front of you.
Thanks, Caroline. Does the administration have any response to the news today that a federal judge has ordered the immediate release of Ramesa Ozturk from detention, and particularly his comments that the government submitted no evidence other than an op-ed that Ozturk wrote last year?
I will have to check in with the Department of Homeland Security on that particular case, but I think our overall feeling, we've made quite clear that lower level judges should not be dictating the foreign policy of the United States, and we absolutely believe that the president and the Department of Homeland Security are well within their legal rights to deport illegal immigrants. As for visa revocations, the Secretary of State has the right to do that as well. It is a privilege, not a right, to come to this country on a visa. But I'll check in on the specific case. My office will get you details. Sure.
Caroline, yesterday the administration appears to have started dismantling the Consumer Product Safety Commission. This is the federal agency, an independent one that does recalls and is responsible for product safety. Does the administration not believe that it's important, to keep toys and cribs? I mean, you're a young mom, off of the product of the market.
It's a federal agency within which branch? It's the executive branch. Who's the head of the executive branch? The President of the United States.
Created by Congress.
He has the right to fire people within the executive branch. It's a pretty simple answer. Francesca.
Thanks. One foreign policy one and then a domestic policy thing, if I could. As far as the president's trip goes next week, is he planning to meet with the FIFA president in either Saudi Arabia or Qatar? And if so, could you give us some more details about that?
The president has quite a few meetings with many people when he is there. We can certainly check at the itinerary and let you know if the FIFA president will be there next week. Frankly, I'm not quite sure, but we can certainly get you an answer. As you know, the president attended a FIFA task force meeting at the White House this week.
And on the domestic front, could you explain why the FEMA administrator was removed from his position this week?
Look, this is a personnel matter in regards to the Department of Homeland Security, but my understanding is that this individual testified saying something that was contrary to what the president believes and the goals of this administration in regards to FEMA policy. And so, of course, we want to make sure that people in every position are advancing the administration's goals. But as for specifics, I defer you to the Department of Homeland Security. We leave it up to our great cabinet secretaries when it comes to personnel matters. Sure, in the back.
Thank you. Aid hasn't gone into Gaza in 10 weeks. Israel says that this is a policy to pressure Hamas in the negotiations, in the ceasefire negotiations. Is this a policy that this administration supports?
The president answered this week. He said that he wants to ensure that aid can get into Gaza, but we have to do it in a responsible way to ensure it doesn't end up in the hands of terrorists. So this is something the administration is actively working on, and when we have a policy to announce on this definitively, we can certainly let you know.
Can you talk about this effort for the U.S. to take over the distribution of aid in Gaza, to exclude Israel? But also international organizations said this effort militarizes aid.
I would reject that characterization by whatever groups you are citing. Kelly.
Caroline, thank you. I want to get back to the First Lady Melania Trump dealing with foster children. That's an important component in American life to see what happens to the future of our children, particularly in foster care. Can you explain the significance of this development between the First Lady and the housing and urban development?
Yes, absolutely. It's millions of dollars that will go into a program that helps these children transition out of foster care to have productive and positive lives. And I'd like to share a personal story since you asked if I may. I hope the First Lady won't mind. I was at an event in Florida last year, and I was approached by a gentleman who was a foster dad, and he had taken in, I think it was 6 or 7 foster children. And he spoke to me. He had recognized me in my work for President Trump's campaign at the time. And the little boy who was with him talked about the personal relationship that he had with First Lady Melania Trump. And the conversation she had had with him and how she really encouraged him to be the best that he could be during her first term here at the White House, and how even after she and President Trump left the White House, she kept in very close touch with this young foster child. It was a touching moment that I will never forget, and it speaks to the heart of this First Lady and the great work that she is doing for foster children. And this is certainly a very big announcement that I know our Secretary of Housing and Urban Development is in particular very excited about, and we can certainly get you all the details on that program. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. I want to ask you about the trade deal that the President announced yesterday with the UK as it relates to the auto sector.
Sure.
The trade group that represents the big three here in the U.S. believes that it may put the big three automakers at a competitive disadvantage. What the trade group says is that it will now be cheaper to import a UK vehicle with very little American content than a USMCA compliant vehicle imported from Mexico or Canada with just 50% American content. What's your response to that criticism coming from this trade group?
Well, first of all, let's be clear about what the deal does. It sets a 10% rate on auto imports for the first 100 cars that are imported into the United States. 100,000 cars, thank you. That would be very few cars. 100,000 cars imported from the United Kingdom. After 100,000 vehicles, it goes back up to a 25% tariff. And as for our U.S. auto manufacturers, our auto industry, the President wants to put them on the best pedestal to compete. And by the way, if they produce vehicles right here in the United States of America, they will face no tariff at all. I would argue of any industry, the President has spent more time talking to and listening to the concerns of our auto industry here at home. He hears them, he believes in them, he wants to see them produce their vehicles here in the United States of America. This is a good deal for them too.
Is this a model for European and Asian vehicles as well, what we see coming out of the UK trade deal with the US?
Look, all of these deals are going to be tailor-made. The President has said that from the beginning. It's very apropos that the first trade deal was announced between the United States and the United Kingdom, one of our oldest and greatest allies, but each country has unique concerns and challenges in terms of American industry. We need to open up markets in every single country, and obviously the needs are unique, so our trade team is looking at each country and the advantages that we can pursue for American industries and American workers. Sure.
Happy early Mother's Day.
Oh, thank you.
The President said yesterday that he would be speaking with Zelensky shortly. Did that call happen yesterday, or do we expect that to happen in the near term?
The call happened yesterday. President Zelensky called the President to tell him that the critical minerals deal had passed the parliament in Ukraine. I talked to the President about that call. He said it was very good and productive, and of course the critical minerals deal is great for Ukraine, but also of course for the United States of America and our taxpayers here. It was a good call, and they also spoke about, of course, this ceasefire that the President proposed, the 30-day ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, which we know Europe is on board with, and we hope both countries will agree to.
Just on next week, do we expect President Putin, is there any chance that he could meet with Trump while he's in the region?
The President answered this yesterday. Not going to happen.
Question on ceasefire. Has he got any reaction from Zelensky or Putin on the proposal for ceasefire?
Is he satisfied by the reaction to that proposal?
Not to my knowledge, but certainly if there is reaction and updates, I'm sure you'll hear directly from the president.
Question, the president fired the Librarian of Congress. Why did he choose to do that?
We felt she did not fit the needs of the American people. There were quite concerning things that she had done at the Library of Congress in the pursuit of DEI and putting inappropriate books in the library for children, and we don't believe that she was serving the interests of the American taxpayer well, so she has been removed from her position, and the president is well within his rights to do that. John.
Thank you, Caroline. Happy Mother's Day as well.
Thank you.
President Trump ran on delivering the biggest tax cut in history, got over 70 million votes. Right now, you got a handful of obstructionists in the Republican conference that are saying they're not going to go along with his tax cut package. You just said those that don't will be held accountable. What is your description of being held accountable?
Well, look, I think they'll be held accountable by the voters in their respective districts if they choose to vote for a tax hike to the tune of $4 trillion, which would raise taxes to thousands of dollars per household in this country. The president has great political instincts. That's why he's back in the Oval Office, and Capitol Hill should follow his lead. As for the president, speaking of him, he will be signing executive orders later this afternoon. We are happy to provide more information on those executive orders if you wish. Thank you for the Mother's Day wishes, and happy Mother's Day to all of the moms in the room. And don't forget to call your mom this Sunday. We'll see you guys later. Have a good weekend. Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. All right. All right. The FIFA World Cup.
FIFA President Gianni Infantino, FIFA Senior Advisor Carlos Cordaro, and CEO of Fox Sports, Eric Shanks. Where's Eric? Where's Eric Shanks? Hello, Eric. You got a pretty good seat. I don't know. It's not bad. If I'm looking for you at this table, you should be at this table. Hi, Eric. Along with members of my cabinet, Scott Bessent, Pam Bondi, Howard Lutnick, Sean Duffy, Kristi Noem, Russ Vogt, Deputy Secretary Christopher Landau, and Deputy Secretary Steve Feinberg. I also want to welcome two of my very good friends, Bernard Arnault and Alex Arnault. They own a little company around the world. One of their smaller companies is Tiffany, and Tiffany made the trophy, and I guess it's around here someplace, not this one, the other one, wherever it may be. Here it is behind me. And it's really a work of art, but I want to just welcome Bernard and Alex. Where are you? Where are you? Okay, good. They have no lack of cash. I know that. They're great, and they're great people. We've been friends for a long time. Thank you very much for being here. It's a great honor to have you both. We're also joined by Senators Shelley Moore Capito and Todd Young. Where are they? Where are they? Hi, Shelley. How are you? Hi, Todd. How you doing? You're getting younger looking, Todd, I'll tell you. He's pretty young to start off with, right? Oh, you too. She said, what about me? What are you two? Even more so, Todd, right? That's very cute. Representatives Damon LaHood and Brian Stile, thank you very much. Thank you very much, fellas. Thank you. Good. FBI Director Kash Patel, who's doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Kash. Appreciate it. And our Executive Director, Andrew Giuliani, just got the post, and he's going to be great. I know him for a long time. He's a highly competitive golfer, which, I mean, really good. And he's also a highly competitive person, and he loves what we're doing. So I want to congratulate you and your family and your father, your great father, who's the greatest mayor in the history of New York. So I want to congratulate the family. It's a big post. You better do well, Andrew. Tell him, is my golf game okay too? I'll say, he knew what to say, see? Well, he's a smart person. That's why I appointed him. Together, this group will help plan the biggest, safest, and most extraordinary soccer tournament in history, and that's what it's going to be, Johnny. In my first term, I negotiated the return of the World Cup to America, and now in my second term, I'll have the honor of hosting the World Cup for the first time of any president in more than 30 years. And remember, we also have a few other events. I must tell you that we have the 2028 Olympic Games. We have the 250-year celebration of America. That's a big one. I don't know. Maybe that's the biggest. I don't know. That could be the biggest. But that's going to be unbelievable. It's going to be essentially, Todd, that's going to be a year-long celebration. We have the G20, and that'll be in December of 26. We have the G7, used to be the G8, by the way, and that's in 2027. And that's a lot of action we have going for the next 4 years, 3.5 years. It's going to be amazing for the country, I believe. Starting this June, the United States will host the 2025 Club World Cup, which will feature 32 elite soccer clubs from all over the world competing in 63 matches across 11 American cities, including Cincinnati, Ohio, Charlotte, North Carolina, Los Angeles, California, Nashville, Tennessee, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So we have it in 11 American cities all over. And these are great cities, too, and they like soccer more and more. I guess some of those cities specifically, they really love it. And next summer, we'll host the official 2026 World Cup tournament, where 48 national teams will compete in 78 matches right here in the USA. And that'll be something very, very different and very special. These events will attract millions of passionate fans around the world, including my son. I have a son that loves soccer. Barron. Nobody's ever heard of Barron, right? Have you ever heard of Barron? He's a good soccer player, too. He's a little tall for soccer, but that's okay. And over 1 billion viewers. You're going to have one of the biggest viewerships of any sport at any time. This will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to showcase the beauty and the greatness of America, and we can't wait to welcome soccer fans from all over the globe. I don't know if I'm supposed to say soccer or football, because every time I say soccer, Barron and Eric say you're really saying it wrong. It's supposed to be football, but we know it more as soccer. These events will also generate tens of billions of dollars in economic activity for local businesses and create thousands and thousands of jobs for American workers. I've directed my entire team to do everything within our power to make the World Cup an unprecedented success, and that's what it's going to be. We're going to make sure of it. The State Department, the Department of Homeland Security, and every part of the U.S. government will be working to ensure that these events are safe and successful, and those traveling to America to watch the competition have a seamless experience during every part of their visit. It's going to be very special. Together, we will ensure that the 2026 World Cup will be the best-run soccer tournament the world has ever seen. This is going to blow every other tournament you did. You're going to say how terrible a job you did in the past, because this is so much better, Gianni. This is going to blow them all away. I don't want to insult my other friends from other countries, but we're going to blow them away, right? So now I'd like to introduce, and he has been a friend of mine. We fought very hard to get the event, and I think before the media came in, I said that I was very disappointed because I got the event, Johnny. I think we can say that strongly. And then I said it won't be in my term and I won't be able to see it. And then bad things happened with the election, and now we do see it. So I just repeat that because for the press to hear, I'm sure they're thrilled to hear it. But I'd like to ask FIFA President Gianni Infantino, really one of the most powerful men in sports. It's amazing because you've done such an incredible job with soccer. Followed by Vice President J.D. Vance, then Secretary Kristi Noem, and Secretary Sean Duffy to say a few words. So Johnny, and then we'll go in that order. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, members of the cabinet, members of the task force, the White House task force for this incredible event, or events actually, which will be happening here in America in the year to come. We were actually, Mr. President, so happy that the World Cup 2026 will take place in the United States, in Canada and in Mexico, that we thought we'll actually bring another World Cup as well here. So you get 2 World Cups in the next year, the new FIFA Club World Cup. This is the trophy of the new FIFA Club World Cup.
Did you notice the way he said that? In the United States, Canada, Mexico. That's the way it's supposed to be. I had to interrupt. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, well,
it's
78 games will take place of the World Cup in the United States out of the 104 games. But the Club World Cup this year is a new competition, will take place in the United States, in 11 cities of the United States. It's new. It will make history in 250 years when they will celebrate the 250 years anniversary of the FIFA Club World Cup. Well, they will speak about this meeting. They will speak about the United States of America because it is a big event. The 32 best club teams in the world, with players from over 90 different countries, will come here for the first time in history to compete, and we will see who is the real world champion in club football. And this happens before the World Cup, of course, next year. So in 40 days, bit less than 40 days, on the 14th of June in Miami, we will open the FIFA Club World Cup. Opening game, the final on the 13th of July in New York, New Jersey, and in between 63 top games of the best players, of the best clubs in the world who want to win this trophy here, crafted by Tiffany, and I'm thanking as well the Arnaud family for being here. They are in soccer as well now in Paris. They've just been promoted to the top division, so congratulations for that. Actually, Mr. President, soccer or football, maybe we can clarify that here.
I'll do whatever you
Let me give it a try, if I may. So we, basically, everyone outside of this beautiful country, we call football a game we play with our feet.
Right.
That's why we call it football.
Makes sense.
Makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense.
In this beautiful country, you call football a game you play with your hands, right? So I don't know who's right, but the important, Mr. President, whether we call it soccer or football, is that we have fun, that we enjoy, and that's what FIFA is about. FIFA is, I say this as well to all the media present, because everyone else knows it, FIFA is an official provider of happiness to humanity. And in the next year, we are providing happiness to humanity from the United States of America. And that's why we are happy to be here. So we have the Club World Cup this year. We have the World Cup next year, United States, Canada, and Mexico. Of course, 104 games, Mr. President, 104 Super Bowls in 1 month. We'll have 6 billion viewers. The final alone will attract between 2 and 3 billion viewers. This is, I don't know, 15, 20 times more than the Super Bowl. The entire world will focus on the United States of America. And America welcomes the world. I'm very happy to say that, Mr. President, because I know you. I've had meetings with several members of your cabinet as well. You have established this task force. America will welcome the world, everyone who wants to come here to enjoy, to have fun, to celebrate the game, will be able to do that in the host cities, in the 11 cities all over the country, in all these fan festivals that we will create. We have 10 million tickets for sale, so anyone who doesn't yet have a ticket, go on FIFA.com/tickets. 10 million tickets, 3.5 million for the Club World Cup, 6.5 million for the World Cup. And how do we measure success, Mr. President? Well, in many ways, of course. Full stadiums is one of that. The economic impact is another one of that. Dear Secretary, these 2 World Cups will bring almost 50 billion in economic output to the United States of America. They will create almost 300,000 jobs in America for the celebration of 2 World Cups, which will bring the world to the United States. A few million fans will come, a few billion will watch it from home, but everyone will be happy and everyone will be celebrating how the United States of America will put up the best events ever that the world has seen. Not just sport events, but the best events. We are here for that. We are here to work for that. We are here to work all together as a team to celebrate the United States, the 250th anniversary, as well to celebrate the world and the World Cup around a soccer ball or a football, and to make sure that everything happens as well, as you said, Mr. President, in a safe, in a secure environment. So we have, and the world has, of course, full and entire confidence in the United States and in all the partners, in all the agencies, to make sure that we will bring to the world something that they have never seen and they will probably never see again. Thank you very much. We are here for that, and I'm looking forward to these 2 World Cups. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thanks to this incredible group that we've assembled. I'm proud to be the vice chair of this for a couple of reasons. First of all, the last time the president had me around a national or international sports trophy was the college football playoff national championship, and I almost broke it. And so I appreciate the president giving me a second chance here. But as all of you know, soccer is a sport of incredible grace and finesse and beauty. These are 3 things that have nothing to do with politics, and so we're thrilled to have the FIFA World Cup in the United States of America. I think that you'll see the very best of the United States of America, both in athletic competition, but also in hospitality, something our boss knows quite a bit about. And so we're excited to have you. We're excited for this event, and we will do everything at the government level to make this thing as successful as we can. And I will say, before I turn it over to the next speaker, that, of course, everybody is welcome to come and see this incredible event. I know we'll have visitors probably from close to 100 countries. We want them to come. We want them to celebrate. We want them to watch the game. But when the time is up, they'll have to go home. Otherwise, they'll have to talk to Secretary Noem, who I'll turn it over to now.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much for dreaming big dreams and doing unprecedented things. Your entire life you have stood for doing things that other people thought they couldn't do and accomplishing unprecedented events and achievements. And so this is one of those events that I think is going to be remarkable and will stand the test of time as the world's greatest sporting event ever held and conducted. You are honoring us by agreeing to be the chairman of this event. The vice president has greatly honored us by being the vice chair. And also we have a remarkable leader in Andrew Giuliani who stepped up and will be the executive director of making sure that we're not just conducting and hosting people from all around the world, but that we're also doing it safely. You have tasked our department, the Department of Homeland Security, with making sure these events are safe and secure. And it will be a challenge, but one that we welcome because we know that America is in a place where we invite people to be a part of our livelihood. We want to expose all of the American people to the wonders of this sport. And I believe that the old proverb that says, what you see with your eyes, you carry with your heart, is what will happen when we host this event. Carlos has agreed to step up and be a senior advisor as well to the task force, and his knowledge and expertise has been incredibly valuable in all of the meetings and organizational efforts that we've already put forward. So, sir, you know, as all of us do that have participated in sports, that there's something that happens when you're involved in competition. You spend time with people, you relax, you are out there enjoying success, but also recognizing failures and challenges and overcoming them. There's a bonding that happens among people, and I believe that's what you are doing, is creating an opportunity for the world to become a friendlier place. We will welcome over 2 million visitors that will come here from other countries. We will have 10 million different tickets. 22 million people will interact with these activities, and it is an opportunity to have people bond with each other, to create a friendlier world where we will be able to do business, we'll be able to enjoy their visits here, we will take care of their documentation and travel documents, and it will go smoothly, and we will make sure that they can come and enjoy and bring their families and friends and make memories together. It's going to be incredibly special. So thank you for leading at an unprecedented time and doing so with big visions for the future. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you very much, Christy. Appreciate it. Sean?
Thank you, Mr. President. "11 U.S. cities, 78 games in the U.S., and I think you said it's just like 78 Super Bowls next summer in the U.S. So this is massive, Mr. President. Thank you for putting together the task force. You know that great events don't happen unless you have great planning, and starting well over a year in advance, putting your team together to make sure this event goes off without a hitch. I thank you for that. As part of the DOT, again, we're going to move a lot of people around the country. A lot of American spectators, but a lot of foreign spectators are going to come into the country, and security and safety is key. We're going to work with Homeland and Christie to make sure we secure our airspace around these events. We're moving people from city to city and from hotels to the fan festivals, to the stadiums, making sure we have enough transportation, whether it's trains and buses in the cities that host this great event. We're working through that, as well as making sure our airlines and our airports are ready to facilitate the travel throughout the country. And so this is everyone working together. What I think is great, Mr. President, I have to imagine this was part of the plan. You're like, let's bring in the World Cup in the year of America's 250th birthday. So not only is America going to celebrate our 250th, we're going to bring in millions of people to celebrate with us. I know State and Homeland and DOT and all of us are going to work together to make sure it is seamless travel. We want everyone to come to America. We want everyone to spend a lot of money in America. By the way, as part of the DOT's 250 celebration, we're going to encourage everyone to go on a road trip, Mr. President, to celebrate our great country. And so if you're coming to see some soccer, not football or soccer, go on a road trip, see America. Don't overstay your visa, don't stay too long, but when you come, actually see this great country that we're going to celebrate over the course of the next year. And again, we welcome everyone. This team is going to work full-heartedly together to make sure these events go off without a hitch, and we're all able to celebrate the great athletes from around the world, 48 countries coming in to compete in our great country. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Sean. Thank you. Would you have any questions of these great people or anybody around the table, please? Yeah, please go ahead.
You hosted the Prime Minister of Canada. Oh, I got a mic. Mr. President, you hosted the Prime Minister of Canada here today, and with him and with also the President of Mexico, there's been some recent tensions between them and the United States. Are you worried about any problems with that joint partnership as co-hosts of the World Cup next year?
No, I don't see any tension either. We get along very well with both. They just got to pay a little more money, you know. They're just they're getting away with things that they shouldn't be, and they understand. We had a great meeting today, actually, with the new Prime Minister, who's a terrific guy, and we had a very long session with JD and Marco and everybody, and it went very well. No, we had a very great meeting, and no tension. We want to do what's right for our respective peoples, and that's what's going to happen. And also with Mexico, I think the relationship is really very good with the president of Mexico, as you know, you probably heard. And we're going to have a very good relationship with regard to FIFA. I have no doubt about it. Johnny would know better than anybody, but you understand. I mean, I think the relationship is very good. Thank you very much. Question? Yeah, please.
What will be the level of interaction, cooperation with Canada and Mexico as it relates to next year's World Cup? Are you already talking to them?
Yeah, we are. It's total, complete. We talked about it even today at our meeting with Canada, and the level is total. It's going to be perfect. Going to be beautiful. They're very excited about it. Yeah, please.
Visa applications for people around the world who want to come to the United States for the
Yeah,
World Cup.
yeah.
And if I may, just a second question for maybe Mr. Duffy. Secretary Duffy, is there anything long-lasting transportation-wise that Americans can expect from infrastructure being built for the World Cup?
So we'll start with Christy in terms of the applications.
Absolutely. This summer, by hosting the club championships, we're processing those travel documents and visa applications already and working with Carlos and Johnny and their team to make sure that they're done timely and being proactive of it. And that is obviously going to be a precursor to what we can do next year for the World Cup as well. So it is all being facilitated. We appreciate the partnership that we've got on all of this with the State Department as well. And I know we've got the Attorney General and Cash at the FBI too, interested in being all hands on deck to make sure this goes smoothly.
Thank you. Sean?
Yeah, so basically these are going to be short-term needs. So we're going to have to bring in, buses and additional forms of transportation. Miami doesn't have the capacity with their transit system to carry all of the people. We're going to go from hotels and restaurants to stadiums and the fan centers. So we're going to have to manage those assets, bring them in from around the country to move people, but they won't be needed there long term. So again, I don't foresee long-term changes. This is a short-term push of folks coming in to see great soccer matches, and then they'll go home.
Okay. Yeah, please.
About your thoughts on Madison Square Garden. The Transportation Department recently took over the refurbishment of Penn Station, and I was wondering if you have an opinion on the proposal to move Madison Square Garden to allow for a more classical train station to be built above.
To move it?
To move it, yes.
I don't know, that was thought of years. Jim Dolan's going to have something to say about that, and I've not heard of any recent plans. They tried to do that for years. They've tried to move it. But I think Jim probably likes his location sitting on top of all the trains. I can't blame him necessarily. There's not too much of a move. They are going to do something with Penn Station. We'll be involved in that. We'll work with the governor, and we'll be involved with that very much. Okay? Thank you. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Have asked for more than $600 million in federal funding for security. Do you support that? And perhaps Secretary Noem can weigh in.
On security? Yeah. Yeah, I support really whatever that takes. And any money that's spent will make up many-fold in terms of all of the economic development. These events, especially what we're talking, and you have FIFA and then you have the Olympics. And these events, if properly done, make a tremendous amount of money. And prestige. I think it's a great allure and prestige for our country and for the cities where they are. It's going to be amazing, yeah, but we won't hold back at all on security, most importantly. Okay, thank you. Yeah, please.
First question, is there any reason you haven't referred to Mark Carney as governor as you did with Trudeau? And the second question, you said earlier that you don't have to sign any trade deals, of course. Is there any country you expect to sign a trade deal with this week, as Secretary Bessent has indicated?
Well, we're looking at a lot of them. We're talking to a lot of them right now. I think I don't want to bore people with that, but I gave a very long definition this morning in the Oval Office. We're in very, very good shape. This country's never been in better shape, and we're doing great. We were being ripped off by every country in the world virtually, and now we're not being ripped off anymore. It's very simple, very, very simple. As far as calling him Governor Carney, no, I haven't done that yet, and maybe I won't. I did have a lot of fun with Trudeau. But I think this is a big step up. It's a good step up for Canada. I watched very closely. I thought he did really terrifically in the debates. I like him. He's a nice man. We get along very well. We had a great meeting today. Really good. I think the relationship's going to be very strong. Thank you. Yes.
Russia is banned from playing the next World Cup. What's your position on this?
Say it again.
Russia has been banned from playing the next World Cup. What's your position on this?
I didn't know that. Is that right?
Yeah.
You want to explain
That is right.
that?
They are banned for the time being, yeah,
okay,
from playing. But we hope that...
He's the boss. I'm not the boss on that. I have nothing to do
we hope
with it.
that something happens and peace will happen, and then
It's
Russia
possible.
can be readmitted. So that's what we
possible.
hope.
Hey, that could be a good incentive, right? We want to get them to stop. We want them to stop. We want the 5,000 young people a week are being killed It's not even believable. The Russian soldiers and the Ukrainian soldiers mostly. Also people in towns every 2 weeks. Horrible things going on over there. So we're gonna get that war stopped. Okay.
About all of the events that will be happening here in the U.S. over the next few years. You mentioned the G7 and you said it used to be called the G8.
Yeah.
As the host country, you can actually invite Russia to the G7 +1. What's your thinking on that right now, Mr.
Well,
President?
Russia used to be a member of what was called then the G8. And I don't think I was really in politics at that point, but I know that President Obama didn't like it. And they voted Russia out. And I say if they didn't vote Russia out, which I thought was a very foolish decision because it's a group of people sitting around a table. I've done it many times with them, and you get to know them. And I say that if it was the G8, if Russia were in it, I think you probably wouldn't have this ridiculous, deadly war going on right now. I thought it was a very bad decision. It was headed by Trudeau, by the way, and Obama. They were the ones that really fought hard to get Russia out. I think if Russia were in, you wouldn't be, they threw them out. And because of that, maybe millions of people are dying. Millions, millions. The numbers are far greater than you think, but millions of people are dying. If he was sitting around a table with other people, 7 people, hammering him and saying, let's not do this, you would. I think you wouldn't probably have had the problems that you've had.
So would you make the push, Mr. President, to get Russia back into this group?
No, I think it's not good timing now. No, right now it's we missed that gate, didn't we? Huh? We missed that gate with another great decision by some people that shouldn't have been making decisions. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. President, should people who have taken part in, for example, pro-Palestinian protests across the world be concerned about being able to join the World Cup and watching here in the U.S.?
Well, I don't know what you mean by that, but people that have taken part in protests, I think people are allowed to protest. You have to do it in a reasonable manner, not necessarily friendly, but reasonable. Otherwise, Pam will come after you and you're going to have a big problem. You're going to have a big problem, right, Pam? She's doing a good job, too. Well, my whole team here is doing a fantastic job. We're very proud of them. So, yeah, you have a right to protest. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead. Yeah.
Do you support Israel's plan to conquer Gaza if Hamas doesn't agree to a deal during your visit to the Middle East?
These are very strange questions, aren't they? I never like when they read them off a machine. I don't know. Who's sending the question to you? And let's not talk about that now. We're talking about the World Cup. Go ahead. What else? Anything else? I think we're pretty well set. I want to thank everybody, and we're going to make this tremendously successful. And you can see Johnny's a very enthusiastic man. He's got great enthusiasm, and that's one of the reasons that you've had such success over the last number of years that you've been there. Amazing. He's like somebody that just woke up on Christmas morning as a young child and saw those toys under the tree. And that enthusiasm really plays very well, I have to say. And you've done a fantastic job as the head. And we're gonna do what we have to do. And thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, very much. Appreciate it.
OG Trump. Making deals. Making deals back and forth.
Well, thank you very much. Before we begin, I'm pleased to announce that I've just signed a proclamation officially designating tomorrow, May 8th, as a Victory Day for World War II, commemorating the 80th anniversary of America's victory in the Second World War. All over the globe, our World War II allies are celebrating this week. but the United States has never joined in with the proper celebration of our own, and the victory was mostly accomplished because of us. Whether you like it or not, we came into that war and we won that war, and we had a lot of help from a lot of great people, a lot of great allies. But I think there would be nobody that would say that we were not the dominant force in that war, and we don't celebrate it. And I think that's a great disservice to the people that lost their lives and people that fought so hard in winning World War II, and also a separate victory day for World War I, and we're going to be doing that too. It was American tanks and ships and trucks and airplanes and service members that vanquished the enemy 80 years ago this week. Without America, the liberation would never have happened. And so we have to pay tribute and homage to those people that gave us victory. And we did something else that people don't talk about. We rebuilt the world. All of these countries that were destroyed, we helped them rebuild. And that's something that, for the most part, others did not do. So with this proclamation, we are hereby honoring the incredible sacrifice and heroism of millions of Americans who served in World War II, along with the unprecedented mobilization, home front that helped deliver this great triumph. All Americans should take pride in what these incredible patriots have achieved. So I just want to say happy Victory Day to all. So we are celebrating every year now. I can guarantee for 4 years, but I think after that we're going to have 2 Victory Days, World War I and World War II. This is World War II Victory Day. In the future, we're going to have a major celebration of each day. We're not going to have days off because we don't have enough days in the year. We have too many celebrations already. But we're going to have Victory Day and for World War I, World War II. And without us, those wars would not have been won. I think we can say that, would not have been won. And I think it's time that the United States starts taking credit for their achievements. And I really believe it's a shame. You know, I was watching for the last week, and I noticed France, I noticed other countries all getting ready for Victory Day. And I said, that's sort of strange, because David just added something. He said, we also rebuilt the world. And I didn't have that, and I should have that. That was a big factor. But I noticed all of the countries, Russia, having a big day tomorrow. And by the way, they lost millions of people. And they were absolutely a major factor. But there was no major factor like us. We won the war, and we won it with the help of others. But everybody was celebrating but the United States of America. And I said, you know, I think it's time that we start celebrating victory. And that's what we're doing. So now for the reason that we're here, but I asked David, would it be appropriate if I did that? He said, absolutely. That's a big thing that we're doing on your swearing in. Very big thing. But now for the real reason, and a reason that I'm very proud of because he's been my friend for a long time. We're swearing in our next ambassador to the People's Republic of China. What timing, David? What timing? Only you could have picked this timing. It's your fault. I picked him a long time ago, but it just happened to come due on a pretty important date. But our friend David Purdue, Senator David Purdue, joining David this afternoon are his incredible wife Bonnie, who's been at his side for a long time, their sons David and Blake, their daughter-in-law Danielle and daughter-in-law Charlotte, and their grandsons David, Hudson, and Jack. That's a beautiful family. Congratulations. I didn't think you had it in you, David. That's really something. That's pretty amazing. Look at that. Our new ambassador brings to this position a lifetime of experience at the highest levels of business and politics, and he is at the highest level. Over 4 decades in business, he rose to lead several major American corporations, including as the president and CEO of the footwear giant Reebok, where he did very well. He did a great job. and later CEO of Dollar General. Likewise, he did a great job. David also lived and worked in Singapore and Hong Kong for several years, developing a wealth of experience negotiating and doing tremendous business deals for lots of different leaders that he worked with. Following his tremendous business success as an executive, David stepped forward to serve American government, and as we all know, in 2014, he was elected United States Senate in Georgia, and he was very popular, very respected from day one. He served on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and was a tremendous partner to our administration during my first term. I dealt with him a lot, and he solved a lot of problems. Now I'm entrusting David to help manage one of America's most complex and consequential foreign relationships, and I know he'll do a fantastic job. As our lead diplomat in Beijing, David will work to promote American interests and stability in the Indo-Pacific, help stop the flood of Chinese fentanyl across our borders, which we have to do. We lost, I believe, 300,000 people last year. Seek fairness and reciprocity for the American worker, ensure the safety of our citizens overseas, and promote peace in the region and in the world. And I'm confident that he will do an exceptional job. He's an exceptional man, and make our country very proud and make our country very safe, too. So, David, I want to congratulate you. This is as big as it gets, and the timing is unbelievable, but it's time that we have somebody like this. This is a very, very extraordinary man, and you're going to do a fantastic job. And say hello to President Xi when you're over there, please, okay? Thank you very much. Marco, would you do the service? Thank you.
You'll stand here in the middle. Put your left hand and raise your right. Raise your right hand. All right. I state your name.
I, David Purdue,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the same,
that
I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and that I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
on which I am about to enter.
in which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
David, would you like to say something?
Mr. President, I'm humbled to be in this office today. I love what you've done with this office. I like the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah.
I want the world to know that I know this man personally. He loves this country, and I am glad to be your man in China. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I think just for the sake of formality, here we go, David. Come on up. Come on up here, Bonnie. That's what it's all about, right? And now we send you on your way. Lots of luck.
Yes, sir.
We're right behind you, David.
Look forward to seeing you over there, sir.
Okay, have a good time.
God bless
Thank you. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, the Justice Secretary just told lawmakers that a tariff exemption for certain baby items like car seats is under consideration. Will you exempt some products that families rely on?
I don't know. I'll think about it. I don't know. I really don't. I want to make it nice and simple. I'm not looking to have so many exemptions that nobody knows what it's doing. We have to make it very simple, but I'll take a look at it. Yep. Please.
Mr. President, there are rumblings in Washington that some House Republican moderates are opposed to defunding Planned Parenthood in this year's reconciliation package. What do you say to those members, and are you supportive of?
Well, I don't know yet. I have to see, because you're just telling me that for the first time. We'll work something out.
Mr. President, what are you hoping your representatives will get out of the talks in Switzerland on China? And secondly, what does China need to do on fentanyl specifically? What do you want to see them do?
Well, they have to stop fentanyl from coming in. That'll be a very big part. And I had that understanding with President Xi before I left last time, and we had a deal, and he would have honored the deal. But when Biden came in, of course, nothing ever happened with him. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. But that would have saved a lot of lives. That election cost us a lot of lives and a lot of heartache. The fact that we went through 4 years of misery and You look at what's coming through the border and the job of getting murderers out of our country. So many bad things happen. The wars. You wouldn't have October 7th. You wouldn't have Russia fighting with Ukraine. You wouldn't have had that disaster in Afghanistan. You wouldn't have had inflation. All these things would have not taken place. So sad to see what happened. Any other questions?
Are your administration sending migrants to Libya?
I don't know. You'll have to ask Homeland Security, please.
Would you
Vice President Vance said Russia was asking for too much to end the war. Given that, do you still have confidence that...
When did he say that?
Earlier this morning.
Well, it's possible that's right. He may know some things that, because I've been dealing with this and some other things, but we are getting to a point where some decisions are going to have to be made. I'm not happy about it. Okay.
Just follow up, sir, on the talks in Switzerland. What do you expect? What do you hope to come out of
We'll
those?
see. I mean, look, it's we were losing $1 trillion a year. Now we're not losing anything. You know, that's the way I look at it. We were losing with China on trade $1 trillion a year, more actually, 1.1. But let's say $1 trillion. You know what we're losing now? Nothing. That's not bad.
Are you planning a new ceasefire and hostage deal proposal for Israel and Hamas before you head over to the region next week?
Where?
In Gaza.
In Gaza. Well, we're going to see what's happening. There's a lot of talk going on about Gaza right now. You know that, right? So you'll be knowing probably in the next 24 hours.
Are you taking diplomatic actions between the war in India and Pakistan? What's your position?
Oh, it's so terrible. My position is I get along with both. I know both very well, and I want to see them work it out. I want to see them stop. And hopefully they can stop now. They've gone tit for tat, so hopefully they can stop now. But I know both. We get along with both countries very well, good relationships with both, and I want to see it stop. And if I can do anything to help, I will be there. You know, by the way, unrelated, but I guess it's all related when you look at the world nowadays. Rwanda and the Congo, we've made a lot of progress in getting that disaster stopped. We've had a very talented person over there, and we've made a lot of progress with Rwanda and Congo fighting a very violent war, by the way.
China says in order to have substantive negotiations, you have to bring down your 145% tariffs. Are you open to pulling back your tariffs in order to get China to the negotiating table?
No.
Mr. President, Senator Tillis has come out against Ed Martin as U.S. Attorney. Do you have any response to that?
Well, it's disappointing because, you know, I know Eddie's very talented. Crime is down in Washington, D.C. Street crime, violent crime by 25%. And people have seen, they've noticed a big difference. So I didn't know that. But if anybody voted against him, I feel very badly about it, only in the sense that in this short period of time that he's been there, crime is down 25% in Washington, D.C. But that's really up to the senators. If they feel that way, they have to vote the way they vote. They have to follow their heart, and they have to follow their mind.
Mr. President, when you're referring to the Persian Gulf as the Arabian Gulf, are you going to make that announcement on your part?
They're going to ask me about that when I get there, and I'll have to make a decision.
So you haven't made a decision yet?
I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't know if feelings are going to be hurt. Why have a case right over here? It's called Gulf of America, and I guess a lot of people get ideas from us. But the Gulf of America was something I thought should have been named a long time ago. I'm going to be given a briefing on that. It was just done. And I'll make a decision.
Is it the U.S. position that Iran can have an enrichment program as long as it doesn't reach a weapons?
We haven't made that decision yet. We will, but we haven't made that decision yet.
President?
Yeah.
China said the U.S. initiated the trade talks this weekend and that its position hasn't changed. Are you still confident you can reach a deal with China?
They said we initiated? Well, I think they ought to go back and study their files. Okay? I do think that. Go ahead. What do you?
Are you planning to ease ship export restrictions to some of these Gulf countries, and then also make announcements regarding?
We might be doing that, yeah.
And their nuclear programs, civilian nuclear programs.
And it'll be announced soon.
And you're to help them develop some nuclear power.
Well, we're going to take a look. We're going to take a look. But we had really a very good, as you know, we had a very good outcome with the Houthis, and we honor their word. I mean, they made a commitment, and we dealt with other countries that were close to them and their surrogates, and we honor all of their words. We'll see what happens, but I think, I believe that hopefully that's over with, and they'll leave the ships alone, just leave those ships alone. But so we do. We take their word for it. It was, we hit them very hard. They had a great capacity to withstand punishment. They took tremendous punishment. And, you could say there's a lot of bravery there. That it was amazing what they took. But we honor their commitment and their word. They gave us their word that they wouldn't be shooting ships anymore, and we honor that. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to congratulate David Purdue and his family. He's going to be really an incredible ambassador to China. I have no doubt about it. And we're going to work together very closely. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you, David.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. Some people say, what is the time? It is 10:06 p.m. As today's date is the 10th of May, 2025. Y'all want to keep going or call it a night? We want to keep going or call it a night. All right. I think I have something good. I cannot wait for a China-USA deal. Like ASAP. We need a deal ASAP.
Hello, America. I'm Mark Levin, and this is Life, Liberty, and Levin. We have two great guests tonight. Elise Stefanik, let me tell you something. This is a heroic warrior who one day could be a great president of the United States. Just saying. And our friend Katie Pavlich. But before we go to our guests, the first 100 days. Everybody likes to talk about the first 100 days. Well, yes, the border is shut closed. They said it couldn't be done. It's done. Did you see this deal with Great Britain? President Trump is spreading market capitalism globally. As I said he would. That's the whole point of the tariffs. The tariffs is to have more capitalism, not less. Look at how he's exposed with Elon Musk. Waste and fraud and abuse. The ugly, bloated underbelly of the ugly federal establishment. He's cutting spending. He's cutting regulations. He's trying to cut the federal workforce and these bloated programs. He's eliminating racial discrimination, DEI. Nobody ever has led a war on anti-Semitism, which is rampant in this country, like President Donald Trump. And I can go through other particulars, but that's not what I want to do. The first 100 days. There are consequential presidents. There are awful presidents. There are placeholder presidents. Donald Trump is a consequential president. Put aside the media, the Democrat Party, some of the rhinos, and their entrails, their surrogates. He is a historic figure. He is a historic figure because of several factors. His own personality and charisma. His relationship with the American people. When he speaks, you feel like he's speaking directly to you. He's a big thinker, a bigger thinker than most people who occupy the Oval Office. He has big ideas. He thinks outside the box. He sees the Chinese and the Russians in the Arctic Circle where they're building military bases, and he's thinking Greenland. We need Greenland. The Gulf of America. Why not? His trade deals that we're talking about, and I could go on and on. He thinks outside the box and he thinks big. He has enormous energy and motivation every single day when he's in the Oval Office. He's a principled man who's open to ideas and arguments and challenges. He's a curious man who's always interested in how things work, why things don't work, and even the lives and well-being of the people around him, whether it's family or friends or staff. He always asks. When President Trump was first running for president, I coined the phrase blue-collar billionaire. because that's what he is. Even though he is wealthy, his friends, many of whom are wealthy, he is focused on Mr. and Mrs. America. The president is not driven by ideology, he's driven by philosophy. Two different things. Ideologues are extremists who do not use reason, experience, or logic, like the fifth column isolationists that we have, who believe it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon and who root for Putin. Sick. A philosophy is a belief system based on certain principles, but open to adjustments, improvements, and so forth. This is what he means when he says common sense. He's got his basic principles, he's got his philosophy, but he wants to listen. He wants to learn. Now, the president is not only a businessman, but he succeeded in one of the most difficult industries in the most competitive city on the face of the earth. This is what he brings to the presidency. There's never been another like him and probably won't be another like him ever again. President Trump is also a historic figure thanks to his enemies. There has never been such a concerted effort by elected and unelected officials in our government to destroy a public figure, a president, then a former president, then a candidate for president, and even now, president, in hopes of destroying his agenda. 91 bogus criminal charges in federal and state courtrooms in 4 different jurisdictions. Multiple bogus civil fraud charges intended to destroy his businesses, steal his wealth, and bankrupt him and his family. Hundreds of subpoenas from Congress and multiple courts, 2 special counsels, 2 impeachments, ballot removal efforts, tax returns leaked. We've never seen anything like it, ever. The criminalization of not just politics, but the effort to criminalize Donald Trump and his family and his businesses. You see, to the Washington, D.C. ruling class establishment, President Trump is kryptonite. Anything and everything he proposes, they immediately attack and seek to destroy. No matter what it is, they label him a threat to democracy, a threat to the Constitution, Hitler, and so forth. Well, they turn our courts into a despotic power to try and thwart all of his policies, with over 200 lawsuits brought before cherry-picked radical left-wing judges, despite the mandate of the American people, trying to steal our franchise. To them, Trump is the greatest threat they have ever or will ever face, because he will not bend to their will. He's not one of them. And no matter what they try or do, he continues to stand tall. And worst of all, despite all the polling and media and Democrat attacks, he's the most popular politician in America, because he's by nature and personality not a politician. Imagine all the great things Israel, this little country with a small population, imagine all the great things Israel could do if it didn't have the enemies it has. It's already doing tremendous things in technology and so forth, but imagine all the rest it could do for medicine if it didn't have to spend so much time and resources on defending itself. Yet look at that country, look at its people, its strength, its refusal to die, its accomplishments. It's incredible. Israel not only stands, it is stronger than ever today, continuing to conquer its enemies. Now, I see President Trump in a similar way. Despite the endless attacks by his enemies, surrounded by hostile politicians, bureaucrats, and media, not to mention rogue judges, the multiple assassination attempts, including those by Iran, he's always counted out and always under attack. He continues to defeat these dark forces. He won a landslide election, the likes of which we've never seen, and he stands stronger and more popular than ever. I cannot think of another president, apart from Abraham Lincoln, who faced a civil war from the moment he was sworn into office, who's had a more consequential, inspiring, and important first 100 days than President Trump. I cannot think of a more optimistic president, akin to Ronald Reagan, whose portrait he hangs in his office purposely, which is contagious among those who are patriots and love the country. He lives an inspired life, and he inspires others, those who are willing to actually listen, watch, and learn, and aren't filled with hate and contempt. I'm not saying all this because he's my friend. I'm saying all of this because it's true. Because it's true. We now have a deal with the nation of Britain, the sixth largest economy, which opens up their markets, opens up our markets. It's the greatest free market deal between two countries that I've ever seen. For all those who keep talking about Donald Trump, the isolationist, for Donald Trump, the anti-globalist, for Donald Trump, many ways a socialist, I saw somebody write. They don't understand Donald Trump. Donald Trump loves freedom, he loves opportunity, he loves the creation of wealth, and he loves his country. As I explained here a few months ago, in putting in place all these tariffs, he wasn't putting in place all these tariffs to have a tariff war. He put all these tariffs in place almost simultaneously, across the board, one country after another. Not to drive up our prices, not to shutter our businesses, quite the contrary. You have to go through a period of pain. It's unfortunate, but any rational, legitimate economist will explain to you, in order to change economic outcomes. He's trying to break away from the good old school, where countries put massive tariffs on us and we basically ignore it. And he said, no, we're not going to do that. So he puts in place tariffs across the board. Washington goes nuts. The media go nuts. My brothers and sisters in the conservative movement go nuts. I told you here a month or so ago, watch what he's doing. Eliminate the static from your thinking. He says he wants reciprocity. Not reciprocity to raise tariffs. Reciprocity to reduce or eliminate tariffs. And the only way he said we can do that is to put our tariffs in place, as much as are higher than these other countries have on us. Then they will come to the negotiation table. Then we can make a deal. Then we can draw down the tariffs, open their markets. We're happy to open our markets, which are mostly open anyway. And he has his first big deal with Great Britain. Isn't it about time the man gets some due, some credit where he deserves it? I would say so. You know, a month ago also, the Democrats had a big issue, the cost of eggs. Cost of eggs. They thought they really seized on a big one. The cost of eggs went down. They move on to the next subject. Then they move on to the next subject. Wouldn't it be amazing if for the first 100 days, the Democrat Party actually shut the hell up, sit still and watched? Wouldn't it be amazing if we actually had a court system that was a real adjudicative system, rather than activist, radical left-wing judges trying to block Trump at every step of the way? Wouldn't it be amazing if we had a media that was honest and truthful and reported the facts as objectively as they're capable of? The first 100 days have been remarkable, but they would even be more remarkable. But for the fact that the Democrat Party and its surrogates and the media and its surrogates want Trump to fail, which means they want America and us to fail. It's been a remarkable 100 days. It's going to be a remarkable second 100 days. Stand tall, stand firm, don't buckle. This is a battle. It's not a battle, as some people have said, between the rich and the poor. That's Marxism. It's not a battle between, what else do they say? The billionaires, the oligarchs, and the rest. That's Bernie Sanders. That's Bernie Sanders. That's Maoism. No. The battle that exists in this country is not about progressivism and nationalism and thisism and thatism. The battle that exists in this country today is between we the people and the ruling class in Washington, D.C. That's the battle. And that's the battle Donald Trump and Elon Musk and his administration are fighting more effectively than any other president I can remember, with more odds against them, more obstacles in front of them than any other president I can remember, including the judicial despotism that's taking place in our country. The more successful he is, the more successful we will be as a nation. So that's how I see the first 100 days. We have a historic figure in the White House. Truly an important figure in the White House. He's not one of these Republicans who go there and, I don't know about this, and sign this, can't we all get along, and so forth and so on. He'll get along if we can get along. He wants to unify. But he also has objectives. He also has a place where he wants to take a country. This is even more remarkable when you consider that Donald Trump was once a Democrat, but so was Ronald Reagan. That Donald Trump was never a sort of movement conservative, and yet he's one of the most conservative presidents we've ever had. He absolutely is. It's even more remarkable when you think that everything he's overcome, he still has a smile on his face, he still makes jokes, he still can fire off a sarcastic line here and there at the media and so forth and so on. They haven't changed the man. The man has changed them. The man is changing the country for the better. After Biden-Harris, after Nancy Pelosi, after Chuck Schumer. They want to destroy him. One last word. In 2 years or so, we're going to have a monumental election, an off-year election for the House and the Senate. The Democrats must not take the House. They want to impeach Donald Trump for a third time. They want to subpoena everything and everyone. They want to do what they did before. They want to drag the country down. Why? Because the Democrat Party, in so many ways, it's like the parties that it mimics. It's like the parties whose propaganda that they regurgitate. What am I talking about? Ready? Like communist parties. They want one-party rule. Oh, they don't mind elections as long as they always win. That's what they want. That's why they want to change our election laws. That's why they want to decide for Republicans who their nominee should be, taking people off the ballot. That's why they criminalized the challenges to the 2020 election, manufactured federal statutes, manufactured state statutes to use. That's why they're doing all this. They want to change the election system. They even want illegal aliens to be able to register to vote in federal elections. You only want to do that if you want to undermine the current citizenry and because you're power hungry. Power. The Democrat Party. We must not allow them to win. And I'm saying this early and putting my marker down. The House of Representatives or the Senate, but especially the House of Representatives, where impeachments come from, where all these investigations are constantly brewing, or we will lose the country and we will lose the presidency, not because Donald Trump would resign, not because he would be effectively impeached, but because they seek to bog us down. I will be returning to this over the course of the next 2 years, of course. We'll be right back.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. Zima, I see Zima is like one of the first people to like start watching the live stream. Like last year, June. My boy Zima. Shout out to you, bro. Yep, that's it. That's it. No, let's do one more. What's up with Letitia James, yo?
The Justice Department is launching a criminal investigation into Letitia James over mortgage fraud allegations. The DOJ is probing whether the New York Attorney General misrepresented a home in Virginia as her primary residence to get more favorable loan terms, and whether she bought a 5-family property in Brooklyn with a loan that's meant for homes with 4 units or less. Here with the read on this investigation, former U.S. Attorney Jay Town. Jay, thank you so much for being here. Can you first, just off the top, just give me your read on this investigation? Where do you think it's going?
Well, so there is a grand jury convened in the Eastern District of Virginia, which is Northern Virginia, right outside of D.C. And then the FBI, at least it's being reported, is looking into the Manhattan dwelling in New York. And that would end up probably with the Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney's Office if a grand jury were to convene yet. We don't know if that's ongoing or not. But essentially, folks need to understand that a grand jury does not convene just because we call it to. There has to be some predication. By predication, I mean some evidence that a crime may have been committed, and then the grand jury determines if, in fact, a crime has been committed. The real, Abby Lowell, who's Tish James's lawyer, has come out and said that this is political retribution. What I would flip and say is that it would be a miscarriage of justice if DOJ were to just spike this case and not go forward with it simply because there's a Democrat who's the AG in New York who targeted the current president, President Trump, in what is widely regarded as a ridiculous investigation and assessment of civil fines and forfeitures. And really, the lawfare that was used against Trump was really to prevent these types of investigations from ever occurring. So we just have to be patient and let the evidence and facts and the law play out.
You mentioned Abby Lowell, Tish James' attorney. He sent a letter last month to the DOJ on these investigations, reading in part, quote, "These baseless and long discredited allegations put to rest my April 24 letter to the Department of Justice are suddenly back in the news just days after President Trump publicly attacked Attorney General James. This appears to be the political retribution President Trump threatened to exact that AG Bondi assured the Senate would not occur on her watch. If prosecutors are genuinely interested in the truth, we are prepared to meet false claims with facts." This is going to be a very public fight.
It is, and that's just right out of the Abby Lowell playbook. Remember, the Hunter Biden investigation and prosecution and convictions, those were political as well, according to Abby Lowell. And Hunter Biden was really guilty. So it is just lawyers have to do this. They have to be zealous, and I'm fine with that. I don't know that attacking Pam Bondi and this Department of Justice is going to be a great idea as far as if the facts don't play out as Abby Lowell might see them. I don't know that Tish James is going to get much grace from this DOJ if they're continually attacked by her lawyer.
So this is very early in the investigation. Things are just getting started. But when you look at what they are investigating, you look at these cases that they have their eyes on, what type of charges could possibly follow?
Yeah, well, mortgage fraud is a very common crime that's prosecuted federally. It happens all over the country. It's probably a daily occurrence that someone is indicted in this country for mortgage fraud. And just think of it this way. You are not telling the truth on a mortgage application, whether it's your collateral is worth less, or in this case, the residence that you want the mortgage loan for is not going to be your primary residence. There's lots of reasons to claim the primary residence. One, it's a better rate. Primary resident homeowners are less likely to default because it's their home, right? But secondary homeowners do, and that's just data. So there's advantages to it. And so now that's up to 30 years in federal prison. Now, I will say that the average sentence is between 2 and 4 years in federal prison, but it's a very easily proven offense, and it's also a very commonly proven offense. So there's a lot of experience inside of this Department of Justice to bring these charges forward.
Well, we will absolutely continue to follow this. And again, the New York Attorney General does deny any of this, accusing the president and his DOJ of being political. We're just going to have to wait. As you said, we have to be patient. J-Town, thank you so much.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my...
Yes, thank you for tuning into the live show. God bless you. We will be back for sure. We've been streaming for over 4 hours now. God bless you one more time. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. Believe in Almighty God. All right? Thank you for tuning in. Shout out to our moderators, Mr. Busky, C. Shelley, Zyra's Garden, Dana, and shout out to our members. Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to Luke. God bless you, Luke, for the super chats. And shout out to Ringmaster. God bless you. And shout out to the viewers. God bless you. Thank you so much for coming in here every night. Well, whenever we go live, sometimes in the afternoon. Thank you so much for tuning in. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. And fathers, take care of your kids. I always say that because I got a 5-year-old daughter, and she's the best thing in the world to me. So, yep. Fathers, take care of your kids as much as you can. Spend time with them. It's hard because you got to do what you got to do for your family, but you still got to take care of your kids and give them some emotional support. But with that being said, shout out to the veterans and shout out to the military personnel. You guys protect the homeland. God bless you. And happy Mother's Day. Yep. Tomorrow is Mother's Day. So shout out to the mothers. Shout out to the mothers. God bless the mothers. And yep, happy Mother's Day to the mothers. Boom. Happy Mother's Day to our beautiful, beautiful mothers. God bless you. Without you, there would be no life. You know how the thing go. All right. So God bless you. God bless you. Thank you guys. And thank you so much for rocking with me and for rocking with the United States, okay? Because I believe the United States is the greatest nation in the world. And it's okay if you don't think it's the greatest nation in the world, but thank you for rocking with it. God bless you. Stay ready, okay? And stay focused. Love you guys. God is the greatest.